What's going on, family? Let's get them likes up, y'all. Let's get them likes up as you come in. Let's get these likes up. Welcome to the Lapeef Network. If you haven't already, get your tickets to ATL. The countdown has officially begun. That link is pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. It's almost go time. Make sure you guys get your tickets to ATL right now. If you can't make it in person, we got the live stream available as well. Click that link pinned to the top of the chat. Let me find out y'all men out here catching feelings. Let me find out. Let's hit that like button, family. Hit that like button. I see you laughing, Troy. Green Gang, I see you in the chat. Jada, CFO official. Educated Pookie. Granville, I see you guys. Shout out to the Green Gang. Come on, family. It's almost go time. I know y'all feel it. Happy Sunday, everybody. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. If you haven't already, get your tickets to ATL. You can watch it from the comfort of your home, or you can see us in person. That link is pinned to the top of the chat. It's almost go time, y'all. Let's get them likes up. Subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the greatest network ever, the Lapeef Network. It's almost time, baby. Come on, get that last dance in. I'm taking y'all to church today. Let's go. Come on. Yeah. Shout out to the sponsor, Teej Hanley.
Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as the sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off your first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
That's right, family. Feel it, T. Just go time. What's going on, family? Welcome to Lapeef-ING Sundays on the Lapeef Network. Let me introduce the crew. We got Cal, Miss Siobhan, Toya, Amber, Hank, Chanel, King Rio, and me, myself, I'm Lapeef J.I. Welcome to Lapeef-ING Sundays on the greatest network ever. What's going on? What's going on?
Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday.
How's everybody doing?
Let the church say amen.
Amen.
Say it again. Amen again. I got the books early. Woo.
I've been sitting dancing in my seat for the last like 10 minutes.
Nobody joking. That's it again. Yeah. Come on, Cal.
Hey.
Hey.
Okay.
How come all y'all doing the lean and rock? That's all y'all got is
On this good Sunday.
All I know.
Do it again.
We can see who the cool cats on the stage. Rio.
Also, Rio, you be the one at the club leaning against the wall doing the two-step, trying to be cool. Yep.
But the funny thing is, I dance, yeah.
Do you?
I do. I'm a dancer.
How you be dancing,
You
Toya?
stepping salsa?
Can't show you that.
Okay. Excuse me. We're gonna go ahead and move on from that then. Well, happy to see you guys on this Sunday. It feels good because the countdown is here. We'll be in Atlanta. It's only a few days. Well, some of us will, but the main event, the big thing that's happening in Atlanta, August the 5th, August the 6th, the Lapeef experience takes over Atlanta. That link is pinned to the top of the chat. And I heard that a lot of people weren't able to make it. They say they'll catch us next time. So we did go ahead and decide to live stream it. It's going to be a private stream, so it won't be to the public. Those tickets are as well on Eventbrite. So go ahead and get your tickets. That tickets get you access to the Friday show and the Saturday show. It'll be two separate links. All details are in Eventbrite, so you shouldn't have any questions. Shout out to the sponsor, Teach Hanley again. Philly Teach. I know you guys seen the commercial. It works. It works. And that just reminds me I do have to update the link in the description, so I will do that shortly. But Philly Teach, man. I'm gonna pass out some Teach during the live event too, man. I'm gonna make sure the men get their skincare in order. One way or another, we're gonna get on point, right, fellas? Church say amen.
I know that's right.
Amen.
We're gonna be throwing out conditioner to people left and
I
right.
am. It might bop you in the head. There's been a lot of bopping in the head going on the stages, so we're gonna have bopping in the head in the audience this time. Church say amen.
Amen.
Amen. For the bopping in the head. So y'all look out. If y'all not paying attention on your phones, then you might get bopped in the head if you come to the night. So just let you know that now. And you guys will be signing documentations upon entry. Actually, I think it might be in Eventbrite. So once you bought that ticket, you certified to get bopped in the head. And just so you know, that a lot of people network do not condone violence. So I'm gonna put that out there. Anyhow, what else we got? Let's get the likes up, man. I'll be looking on the likes. Likes always start off slow. So let's get the likes up right now. We got, is it 757 in the building? Oh, VA 757. I said, I know you goddamn 757 in the building. We ain't popping like that yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
No, likes are
Don't sell us short now, JR.
right now.
Yeah.
Don't sell us short. We're the greatest show on the network, baby. You didn't know that?
Nah, I was gonna set it up for a comeback. Y'all just didn't let me finish. Church say amen.
Amen.
Yeah.
Fast enough, okay? We gotta get
As
straight.
the preacher, you gotta let them build up. You can't just jump in. You know, that's the problem we got now. People always don't want to listen. They listen to respond. So
We are sorry, Pastor.
Okay.
Deacon,
Yeah, you know what it was, man. It was that pre-ejaculation, man. I'm sorry.
oh shit. Here we go. Let's go. Kayla. All right, y'all. Let's go to get started, man. Green Gang, big bad boy. I see you. He's always one of the first people to comment under the live stream. So I got to give a special shout out to him. Appreciate all the work he's doing. Tap the accountability partner. I see you, Green Gang. Ed Hill. So I'm the first time seeing you. Shout out to you, Jay, the CFO official. I shouted you out earlier. Doug Will, I see you. Thank you. It's good to see everybody in attendance because this is going to be a great show, just like all the shows. Just so you guys know, Sage Talk with Lee is happening today, a mirror later on. So the show is going to be going on all day. It's like a marathon, baby. This is the new cable, baby. I ain't have my sound effect.
I like that. The new
Hey, JR kicks off with the best show on the network, though.
That's right. We kick the week
Sundays.
off. You know what I'm saying, Hank? Damn today. We kick off the
Every
whole
show.
week.
Every
You know
show
what I
is the best show.
Sorry,
Right.
JR. We wrapping up.
Every show is the best show.
But that's all that. They are just all the best of the best, though, baby.
Like every show gets equal support. That's how we're gonna push it all because it's different for everybody. You may not like that one, but somebody else likes it, and then vice versa. Either way, we're just trying to satisfy everybody, right? Church say amen.
Amen.
I'm trying to cover all our bases.
There you go.
Oh, JR, you got you a new soundboard, huh?
Yeah, he don't know how to act no more.
Shit, here we go. Here we go.
Hey, look at it flexing. I know that's right, dog.
Yeah. Anyhow, let's get the likes up. Get your tickets to Atlanta. Pin to the top of the chat. Shout out to the sponsor, Teach Hanley. I'm gonna go ahead and put this out there early, man. We do have our sponsor for the show in Atlanta. It's Sugar Curls. Sugar Curls.
Love me some sugar curls.
Shout out to Sugar Curls Beauty, man. Great product. She passed out a whole bunch of goodies when we were in Houston. And Logic has vouched himself. He was the first one because I think he used it the next day. He was telling me, yo, bro, that Sugar Curl worked. So shout out to Sugar Curls, man. She's going to be the official sponsor for the ATL show. And she will be passing out some goodies. I do have a message from her as well. She says, good morning to everybody. And she said, this year's Sugar Curl Salon is bringing more awareness to men's health. The salon is more than just hair care business. It is a nutrition-focused entity. At the ATL live show, I will be discussing the 5 causes of death in men. All of these conditions can be preventable with lifestyle, diet, and nutrition changes. And she said, make sure you guys are there for intermission as well. So if you are attending, make sure you are there because there are going to be some prize giveaways and they will focus on increasing men's prostate health, heart health, stamina, and confidence. So her primary focus in ATL in Houston was women. There's no doubt in my mind she's gonna have some products for the women. But as far as her message, she wants to make sure that the men know that they are valued as well.
I know that's right.
So Sugar Curl Beauties will be spreading the love all throughout ATL, August 5th, August 6th. So make sure you guys check her out. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shout out to Sugar Curls.
Yeah. I want to see big smiles, big smiles. You know, show a little teeth. I'm just trying to see who flossed today.
I know that's right.
Yeah. Make sure you guys floss every morning, every night, every morning. Sometimes you may miss something. Yeah. I'm not the one that, if I run out of the little picks, then I get the ones where I go like this. I hate it because it just got to go all.
I need the
Well, you know, I've been in the dental field for 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
The picks are actually really bad for your gums. They poke holes in it. It is important that you actually floss after each time you eat. So keep floss in your car, in your purse, everything, because it turns into decay, which leads to tooth loss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if you want to keep our teeth, if you want to keep your teeth, you don't want to be like the old folks, then make sure you floss. I don't think people understand how important it is. And if you got that one golden tooth, hopefully nobody's on the panel does. I'm not trying to offend nobody. If it is, we got the Hurt Feelings report. HR can load it up quickly if you need it. But if you got that one golden tooth, just put a little bit more focus on it, because when you shine, baby, we want that smile to be vibrant.
Can I just say one more thing since we're on it? Especially in the Black community, people don't understand that tooth decay, tartar, gum disease is a direct link to your heart. So think about all that bacteria in your gums. It's inside your mouth, which goes down to your heart, which leads to heart disease, and it's very prominent in the African American community, which we exhibit the highest in tooth loss, heart disease, because the lack of brushing or good oral hygiene. So FYI.
I did not know that.
You go. Well, we learning today. Y'all getting learned today, huh?
The more you know.
Church say, teach me.
Teach me.
Who taught you?
Well, that's right.
I am going to move on, man. Y'all been so silly this morning. What y'all ate? Let me find out y'all doing edibles pretty early.
Damn.
Oh gosh.
I know y'all in corporate America been ever since y'all been home. Y'all been edibled up, baby. The Lapeef Network does not promote.
Right.
No violence.
We are not encouraging anything. Please do not cancel us.
CBD oils, baby. Get you some CBD oils, baby.
There you go. There you rub it over your whole body. Demon time with him.
Hey, that CBD and THC oil be working though. You get you like a massage with that oil, boy. How you right too, or some RSO oil, I think. You know what I mean?
Soap, baby. Get some of that soap.
If you get the creams, it helps with arthritis and everything.
Sunday morning. I know what you're talking about.
And you know what I mean? You could get you a THC bath bomb too. You know what I mean? You just
Kyle, let me find out. Kyle,
wow.
what you doing over there?
Right.
Yeah, you know, I try to think.
Sound like Kyle got a free closet. Hey, sound like Kyle got a free closet like me.
Right.
You got a free closet like me, baby.
Let me find out Kyle been to Lover's Lane.
Yeah. Sorellas.
Look, they got a nice little clearance rack up in there.
Oh yeah.
All right, y'all, man. Well, it's good to be back, man. I'm feeling good. I'm excited about ATL. You guys have no idea how much hard work is going into this production. It's gonna then be a movie every single day. If you miss it, shame on you. At least get your live stream ticket. That link is in the description as well. It's pinned to the top of the chat. Get your live stream tickets, get your seat, get your popcorn, get the whole family around, because it's gonna be a vibe. Mark my words. Let's go get the show started. Welcome to Lapeef and Sundays on the Lapeef Network. Our first topic of this morning. I'm getting it right. I know it's early. I want to make sure I didn't fumble the bag over the words this morning, because y'all be coming for the pastor. The minute he says something that's wrong and it ain't in the right book, y'all coming at me.
You know we gotta hold the pastor accountable, baby.
I like that. I like
the accountability Sundays, you know?
Yeah. I see how y'all watching how much I see y'all counting how many times I bring up the offering. Yeah, so I know y'all counting right along with me, so we got a whole bunch of counters in the on the panel right now.
Okay, we ain't got but this $1, JR. We got
you gotta
$1
keep the lights on in the church, baby. You gotta keep the lights on in the church.
Okay, yeah. Hey, I'm gonna move
and
on.
the building fund. Don't forget the building fund.
I'm gonna move on because my jokes are getting stale. It's a good thing when you can sense when your conversation is getting dry or your jokes are getting boring. A lot of people don't do that. You ever be talking to somebody, you be like, oh, God, I just wish they'd shut the fuck up. Like, is it just me?
No, it's
That's
not.
when you need to go off them a drink or something.
So you got to have self-awareness and when you talk too much. Because the people that say,
Like
I'm sorry, I haven't been, I'm not talk too much. I'm hoping I ain't talk your ear off. Yes, you are.
And they just keep
Gonna keep talking.
You brought it up. You was
That's
fully
people that
prepared,
don't have like social
you stop and you
Or when
proceed.
they say long story short, I'm like, it's still long.
Still a long story.
Damn.
I'm offended.
I mean, don't feel offended, man. We just have to be aware.
Fine, mate. You one of them type of chicks, Siobhan?
I can be sometimes, yeah.
I don't have the stats, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of people don't have a long attention span. So you have to be mindful of that. At least give them the opportunity to engage a little bit before you lay it on them heavy like that. Because if you just keep talking and talking, don't let your breath stink. Don't let your breath stink because you didn't floss. Y'all like how I'm tired and all again. See, I'm working on this shit. This shit getting better. I might fuck it. I might as well go ahead for another 30 seconds, huh?
No.
See if I got another one.
No.
Long story short.
Self-awareness. Remember, JR, self-awareness.
Anyway, again. I'm gonna go ahead and take out of church today, man, since it is Sunday. Who just dropped off?
Toya.
Losing members, huh?
You know, Toya internet be in and out. You know, she got that Louisiana internet.
Yeah, I guess she didn't word. She dropped out, huh? Okay. Don't worry. God got her. But speaking of church, I'm gonna go ahead and kick it off with this one.
When your heart is right and something bad happens to you, you focus on the righteousness of God. But when your heart is not right and something bad happens to you, you focus on revenge. Here's the deal. When you focus on the hurt, you prolong the suffering. But when you focus on the lesson, you promote the growth.
Good way to kick it off on this Sunday morning. You guys start
taking us to church.
When you focus on God's promises instead of the problems, you'll notice your thoughts will be healthier and filled with peace. Let's go. Who wants this?
I 100% agree. I tell people in my life every day that, especially when it comes to holding grudges against people, that when you're holding a grudge or when you're holding on to a negative experience, or for example, I'll give you a perfect example. We just moved into our home within the last, get along with a lot of our neighbors. There's a couple of neighbors that we already, kind of give a side eye to. And so every time we see them, we have the same emotion off of this one experience. And I was trying to tell my neighbors that, there's no reason why we all should be looking at these people a certain way, because we're the only ones really suffering behind that. We're the ones not really being able to walk around our block the way we want to. We got to not invite them to our functions, even though we might want to. And it's all because we're only focusing on this one interaction that we had, instead of thinking about how maybe we should get over that and maybe try to build on a new interaction or new things. And so I think that I try to pass this message to people all the time, especially when it comes to your relationships, that when you hold on to negativity and negative thoughts about a person, then that's all you're going to have in your life. And then you're going to be the only one suffering, because those negative thoughts still have an impact on you. So I try to live by that kind of mantra every day, to, focus on the good things, let the bad things just roll off my shoulder. If there's something disrespectful, I cut them out of my life, entirely, because I'm looking to be healthy and be filled with peace and focus on my growth. I don't even want those kind of negative thoughts in my mind, in my life. So I try to live by this every day.
But you know what, Kyle? Sometimes a person can do something that's bad, or they know it's bad, but they're having such a bad day. You never know what somebody's going through, and it could be something so much worse, But what I also tell people is, just because that person is going through something, it might be the worst to them, but it might not be the worst to you, but it could be catastrophic to them, So it's just like, you just kind of understand people, give them a grace. And if they continue to show you the same signs and they continue to be negative and they're kind of pulling you outside of your own positivity, then leave them alone.
Have any of y'all read the book, The Four Agreements? So pretty much, long story short, the Four Agreements is the first one is to be impeccable with your words, but I'm leading it to the second two. Be impeccable with your words. The second is do not take anything personal. The third is do not assume. And then the fourth is to always try your best. But I want to focus on the two, not taking it personal and don't assume. How people treat you is a reflection of how they are, who they are. Though it may hurt us, it's not a reflection of who you are. Kind of like what Kyle said with his neighbors. However, you don't know what that person is going through, so it's not up to you to assume that it's directed towards you or take it personal. But also be solution oriented. Wherever your attention goes, energy flows. So if you keep focusing on, like Kyle said, the problem or the issue, everything is going to be magnified. Everything is going to be heightened. Instead of, Kyle, I will urge you, reach out to your neighbor, invite them. You never know. They may got the same vibe, so they became distant, and you became distant, and then it could have been a complete misunderstanding. But when you're focusing on the solution that you want to be in a peaceful environment, that is going to grow as well.
And it can be tough too, because let's say, you know, I might feel one way and my wife might feel a different way. So you got to work through that too. Or they might feel a certain way about how everybody kind of treats them. They walk down the street, don't nobody say hi to them, but they don't say hi back. So it's going to take somebody to say hi. You know what I mean? It's one of them kind of issues. And so my attitude is always like, why are y'all still upset about this one thing that happened a year ago? And it wasn't even that big of a deal. You know what I mean? Because we're all missing out on a better experience because of this. And so, you know, I think that it's kind of comfortable for people, especially nowadays, to exhibit an attitude of like being annoyed and not liking people, or, you know, you just don't want to be bothered with people. That's an easy emotion to ride on versus putting your, you know, kind of putting yourself out there to make a bridge with people instead of, you know, tearing the bridge down. So I think that has a lot to do with it too. You know, it's easy to feel sorry for yourself in a lot of ways instead of focusing on the lesson and then trying to use that lesson to build on something better, because that actually takes work.
I could take it really personal. Like with me, I had to learn to forgive my father and the things that we went through, because and at the end of the day, I'm hurting my son and my daughter, you know, and his grandkids for the opportunity to even get to know them. You know what I'm saying? Even get the opportunity to even try to build a relationship. And so that was one of the things I had to let that grudge go. I had to go get therapy and talk about it and resolve it, because I was holding a grudge just because of how I felt like he did me during my childhood, during my young adult years. And so that was something I had to get over and allow my son and my daughter the opportunity, because I was holding them back just because I was mad at him, and that wasn't fair to them.
And can I ask you a question? When you forgave your father, what did it do specifically for you once you let go and actually forgave your dad? How did that impact your life?
Well, it really made me vulnerable, because then I felt like I let myself go and all that go, and it made me vulnerable for a minute. And like, man, am I open myself up for another opportunity to be disappointed again? You know, and that was kind of scary.
All right, I want to hear a question now. Then we'll go to Siobhan.
For me, listening to the pastor, what he said, I recently been through.
Am I me or the other pastor?
Am I on mute?
Are you talking about the lead pastor, or are you talking about the secondary pastor?
She's talking about
the pastor who just spoke.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine. From hearing what he was saying, I could relate to dealing with some health issues for the past 2 months where I thought I was going to die. And throughout my whole life, I've been pretty healthy. So literally all I had was God's promises. And waking up each morning, I know this is so cliche, like, oh, it's so great to have life, but literally waking up each morning and still be alive was like, oh my God, I cannot believe I'm alive another day. So when you focus on your problems, we're human. We're gonna have those times where you're kind of wallowing in self-pity. But if you're like always focused on that, you're going to drag yourself deeper and deeper in a hole or a depression or fear, where it's going to be so much harder to get out of that. And leaning on God's promises and believing God's promises is what's going to get you through. And now that I'm on the other side of it, my joy and love for God has grown even more, where I feel as though being on shows like this, I need to proclaim his name, and I need to express the joy that God's promises can give you. And people who are going through depression, whether it's health reasons, whether it's emotional reasons, and I relate to Hink as well with the father issues. There's something on the other side of that pain that will get you to where you need to be emotionally that no other human being can. So you have to believe God's promises, and it will be fulfilled.
All right. Go ahead, Siobhan.
Yeah, I was hoping that Hink's camera didn't freeze when he did, because I really wanted him to finish. But I really do think that there's a lot of people that can relate, not only to Hink's story, but Chanel. And I have a similar story, as well. I was actually raised by my stepfather, who has been raising me. Rest in peace, my father. But he raised me at 2 years old. He treated me like his own. But of course, I have my biological father, who was still living. And I wanted to be upset with him so bad, because he always brought like multiple women around. A lot. And it used to be confusing, like just have him being married. And then like we would go to McDonald's and he would have like his mistress meet us at the McDonald's. And it was very traumatizing. And as I've gotten older, I cannot have a man lie to me to my face. And I felt like if my own father was lying to me, he would do it to my child, and that gets kind of, frustrating as well. And it's so easy to be upset and have that negative energy towards, your biological father, but you just can't, got to accept those emotions and just heal through them. So.
Have you
that negative energy, does that keep you like, what does that do for you in the moment? Is it making you feel better? Maybe that's back to Hink too, and Chanel, you guys maybe jump in. Just what does that energy do for you?
Well, I know I'm sorry, I didn't get to answer the full question, Amber and Kyle. What was you just saying, my man?
Just, what is that like when you're during the experience of being mad at your father, for example, looking back on it, do you think that it was still like comforting, that anger? Was that something that you found comfort in, or is that just like you wish you hadn't felt that way?
No, it wasn't comforting at all. Then I miss out on opportunities going out there to see my grandmother. You know what I'm saying? Because I was worried about, man, I don't want to run into my dad, him being out there, and then, me and him having some words and being disrespectful to my grandmother's home. So, for that to even go on, it really hurt me. It really did. Like I said, that's why I had to get therapy. And it wasn't until I was probably about 24, 25 before I even recognized, hey, man, I need to talk to somebody about this, because I can't keep doing this. I can't keep missing out on family reunions, family gatherings, Sunday dinners, holidays, because I'm mad at my father. It's not like I'm mad at his whole other side of his family, my father's side of the family. I'm just mad at him and didn't want to interact with him. So, it really hurt me. And so I knew I had to do it. And at the time, my daughter's probably about 5 years old, and I didn't want her to go through it. But at the same time, I have a son's coming. I didn't want him to miss out on opportunities. So like I said, it's something I had to address. I had to talk about to get through it. And me and him had to have a talk. And some words was exchanged, but it was a necessary conversation that needed to be had. So after it was said and done, I felt better, a whole lot better. I felt like I wasn't stressed because I was going out there to see my family and didn't have to worry about seeing him. All that was gone, just dealing with that.
Yeah, Kyle. And I guess for me, I was kind of confused because I lived in a household, with my mother and, my stepfather. And they had this loving relationship where, she would come in the house from work and he would like cater to her and she would cater to him. It was just very beautiful. But then on the other side, you know, I had my biological father like having multiple people in his life at one time. And I didn't know. I was like, you know, should you just have one person? Should you have multiple people? So when I got older and I got out of the house, I stuck on the being with one person thing. But then I was like, I'm young. And then I kind of switched over and wanted to be with multiple people. And it just kind of got confusing, just as, you know, because I really didn't know. It's like, is this, what side do I really want to be on? Do I want one person, or do I want to just continue to talk to multiple people and never be married like him?
Siobhan, have you forgiven your father?
I have. I still feel a little bit of frustration because my biological father really does lie a lot, and he lies a lot still to this day. Like, I could hold him accountable for something, and then like the next week he'll be like, I'm in the hospital, and it could be totally fake, just so I can have a conversation with him so he can stay active. So he feels like he's like replacing my father since he's not here anymore, and that's just not possible.
All right, let's go ahead and keep it moving. Rio, Toy.
For me, and in reference to the video, first thing that came in mind, I think, was more or less just trusting and believing in God. I think your faith is what's going to get you through a lot of these scenarios. I felt like the pastor was referencing. You know, I feel like if God was to tell you what you had to go through in order to get to your purpose, many people wouldn't go. You know, he's preparing you along the way, and you don't really know what you're built for unless you're tested. You know, so we almost have to expect that as part of the process, you know, and just understand that these are lessons on your way to the blessing, and you gotta do whatever it requires to remind yourself of that. You know what I'm saying? And believe that with conviction. I think one of the things that came to mind when he was when the pastor was talking with Psalm 23, there's a lot of gems in there, you know, to kind of keep you sturdy, you know what I mean, in the midst of some of these things that are going to come your way. So nothing too long-winded, but that's how I felt about it.
Got it. Ms. Toya? Anything?
Yeah. So in regards to the question, I do believe that we have to have faith, and I mean, like it says, it's just, I mean, as small as the side of a mustard seed. So as long as you have that, like, you should be fine. In regards to, you know, people and like positivity and negativity, that is serious. If you think about any type of health conditions, the doctor always tell you what, to lower your stress
Level. Yep.
They always tell you that for everything. Like, stress affects everything. It really does. And I always look at my son. I mean, even with him having a special needs, and if me as a mother, if I wanted to walk around and have like a nasty attitude or treat people ill, I could. I mean, I see all these other people with their normal kids that's going to be experiencing things in life that I'm not with my son. But who is that going to benefit? Me walking around with a nasty attitude isn't going to benefit anybody, and it's not going to benefit me either. So I just feel like people, you know, every day is not going to be a good day, but my bad days is not your business. So I feel when people are dealing with things, it's up to you and how you handle it. I'm not saying that some things people cannot kind of contain to themselves, or some things may come outwardly, but for the most part, I should not know how you're feeling. That has nothing to do with me. Nothing. And a lot of times people, you know, they give off like this misdirect anger to others, and I don't think it's fair. You know, I don't agree with it. Even when you roll up to McDonald's and you ask for that extra barbecue sauce and somebody get an attitude with you, like, that's not cool. Like, I don't agree with stuff like that. But hey, everybody's different. I'm a big and firm believer in living positive lives as much as you can, because it helps in many ways. Having faith and positivity is real. Yeah, that's my take on it.
All right. Mr. ATL, I know you just tapping in. I don't know if you wanted to speak on it or not. If not, go ahead and move on.
Yeah, go ahead and move on. I got to pass. I'm catching up with these beautiful men and women on here with all these beautiful skin and all these lovely beards.
Shout out to the beard gang. Kyle, you going to go ahead and get some lift
Getting
on
there, man. I'm getting there. You know what I'm saying? It's been coming in. I need to get that sugar curls though.
Yeah.
This ATL been pumping that. I need to get on top of that.
Again, shout out to Sugar Curls Beauty.
Guys,
just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef-ING Sundays. Make sure we get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button, family. It's not that hard. That's all we asking for. Is just to hit the like button. Super chats, I appreciate it, but they are not necessary. The like button to do. Thank you. We do have a few super chats to read off. Let me go ahead and get to them right now. Miss Kelly came in early before the show started and blessed us with the $9.99. Lapeef-ING Sundays, the best show on the network. Every show on the network. Granville, shout out to you, $2. Said, let's go. He's excited and ready. Del Will, $10. Love the panel. All the ladies are looking beautiful as usual. Sugar Curls, is you watching? I need to know which of your products is best for beard growth. I'm pretty sure some of the ladies will tell y'all all you have to do. Tam, $4.99. Hink, I guess y'all missed that one. Y'all did. Am I on mute?
No, wait.
Okay, he just went past. I ain't get no amen or nothing. I said I'm pretty sure all the ladies can tell me how to get the beard to go. I had the stoic face. I don't know the new words. Somebody said I got a stoic face. So
hey, I didn't want to turn that demon time on me. That's why I didn't say that.
Okay. All right, Tam with the $4.99.
I'm sorry.
Hink, I'm in your same situation, but you're not holding them back. You're protecting them from your pain and trauma you went through. Love owns knowledge 14 to $20. Peace, Lapeef Network. I faith your discussions will aid the hearts and minds of many of us in Babylon. Great. So thank you guys for the super chats that you have blessed us with. I see Ricky Williams is in the building. Shout out to Ricky. Make sure you guys go and check him out. And somebody know what time it is. It's demon time. It's time to bring that Thursday energy, y'all. We had the morning. What's it called? Hen? Is it hen? Him. Okay. I ain't been to church in a while. That first topic was the morning hymn. All right.
No.
Hey,
No.
Y'all ain't giving me no type of. At least the panel got to make me look good. No. At least the panel got to make me. I'm talking about give me some type of expression, something like a.
I know that's right, JR.
What's in that cup, JR?
Man, he got some extra sauce in that Starbucks cup or something.
He got some Kahlua in that coffee. That's what's going on up, and he got some cream in that coffee.
He must be drinking whatever he was drinking Thursday.
All of you.
Oh my God. Oh my God. What's wrong with
this? This. Okay, let's go, y'all.
No.
Another super chat came through from Jeff Washington, $4.99. I'm loving this conversation. There we go. All right, moving on to our next topic of this morning.
Because every woman believes she deserves love. Every woman believes she deserves love, and she believes that she deserves the type of love from a type of man that she believes she deserves it from. And when she finds out that the type of men that she don't like her, it's too much to bear. Like I said, listen to this. Women like what is advantageous or beneficial to them. So if you speak on what you don't like and that puts her at a disadvantage or it eliminates her from the equation, she has a problem with that because now she knows that the type of man that she wished she could be married to is not the type of man that wants to be married to her.
All right. It's time to bring that Thursday energy. Everyone believes she deserves love from the type of man she believes she deserves it from until she finds out the type of man she likes don't her. What? Did I say that fuck? Type of man she likes don't her. Okay.
Don't like her.
Yeah, it's typo. It's too much to bear. Let's talk about it, y'all. I'm gonna fix this.
Here's the question I want to lead with. What kind of man do these kinds of women want to marry, or is that or just be with? You know, I guess if the word is marriage, then who are these men and why don't they like you? You know, I guess that's the biggest question that I'm always wondering, because if you're a beautiful woman, intelligent, you got a lot going for you and no children, then you ideally, if you take care of yourself, you ideally should be able to get the man that you want. So why don't they like you? And what does this man really look like? You know what I mean? Or who is this man? I guess is my first question.
Most of the time, those men are super rich. Women tend to want the richest of the richest that they can get. But a lot of times those women, and I'm not saying it's bad to want a man who has money, but a lot of times those women are selfish or materialistic or both sometimes. So when it comes to that, a lot of men with money don't want a woman that is materialistic or selfish or both. So that's what I think some of the miscommunication is with, especially if they're very beautiful and they have no children and all of that. A lot of times they have those types of qualities.
Okay, I think a lot of women have types. And sometimes if you're not within that type that they want, you know, they could be our type, but we might not be theirs. And you could be the prettiest woman in the room, but that doesn't mean that this sexy man is going to like you. It just depends. It really does depend. And it depends on the money. Most women do like to be with somebody that does have a lot of money, but that's not every woman. That's just a I wouldn't say the majority, but a small amount of women that really do just look for that. And it doesn't matter what they look like.
Well, I got to say this though. In the Black community, I don't think we don't understand tribes exist. So when you say what type of woman do a man deserve, all you got to do is peep out her door and look in her community. Them the type of men she deserve. But due to social media, they feel they deserve everything they see on social media, because that's the standard that they put the men to in their reality, and them two don't mesh. That's why you'll start seeing that a majority of the Black men who have a substantial amount of resources, they will suck in all the women, because all the women think, even though they don't see them in their reality. You got to go see them at a concert. You got to go see them at a special. These guys is not in your tribe, but because we're a Black community, they feel that we all in the same tribe, but we're really not. So these women would think they deserve pretty much everybody. Every man that's out there, from Kanye West to Lil Baby to everybody they see in social media, that they can get involved in their life in social media. And I blame social media for this.
Well, can we look at it logic even on a macro level? So you said like just go outside your neighborhood, right? But a lot of women, specifically Black women, are in high earners, high power positions. You know, so her community may be the high rise downtown or in a affluent neighborhood. So she's thinking, this is my community. This is where I reside. I deserve a man that's on my level. Correct?
But that's a well, we say that, but a lot of our Black women, majority of our Black women, is not in these influential neighborhoods. That's absolutely not true. You know what I'm saying?
I said, what if? I just said on a macro level, what if that is her community?
Well, if it's her community, then that's her tribe. So now she will have access to that type of man. So that makes sense. The system flow that way. But in their mind, they feel they have access to all men. But there are no other men in their community. There are no other men in their reality, in their tribe. And they go in and they shoot for the men outside of their tribe. That's why Black men outside of the traditional tribe of Black people, they tend to get all the Black women. They tend to get their choices, their pick of the litters. They can have a wife and they can have 10 side chicks, because Black women have a mentality that, you know what, I deserve the best, which I'm not telling you don't deserve the best. But at the end of the day, you don't deserve that. These men they're not even considering you, because the only thing they can consider you for is sex, because you're not in his tribe. Is he going to take you to the ball? Is he going to take you to the company ball? Is he going to take you to company events? Is he going to truly go out with you? or is he just playing with you to have fun? They outside of their tribes, but we the only people that pretty much don't understand that. We look at everything as black people is black people. But no, even in the black community, we have our own tribes.
And I agree with what Mr. ATL is saying.
Yeah, baby.
I do believe that people don't realize that there's levels to everything in life. So when I used to watch some of Kevin Samuel's videos, I didn't realize how many women only wanted, like majority of these women wanted high earning men. That never crossed my mind as a young lady that I only, when I go out and I'm in the dating world, the men had to make X amount of dollars for me to be with him. That never crossed my mind. All I wanted was a decent man and a healthy marriage. That was like at the forefront of what I wanted. But nowadays you have so many people that want a certain type of lifestyle. And the thing that is so bothersome is majority of these people are asking for lifestyles that they never even lived themselves. And that's the thing that just throws me off, because I'm like, you want to be with someone who's living way up here and you're not even accustomed. You still buying great value brand. And this person is used to buying things that's on a whole nother, you haven't even been introduced to it. So it comes to like a humbling effect. And I just don't get how some women move like this, thinking everybody wants the 666, like what Amira show was on last Sunday. 6 feet, 6 figures, he packing under the, no woman is going to get everything that she wants. It doesn't work like that. Nope. Like nothing is wrong with meeting a guy, being with him, building with him, having a bond with this person, loving this person unconditionally. Like that's what you want, because you can get with somebody that have a hell of a lot of money and then some shit could go down and then he don't have any money anymore. Then what are you going to do? Are you still going to want to be there with him? Or is that going to change your love like it changed? Is the love going to be conditional how the femininity is conditional nowadays? So like with this kind of, when I hear women say things like this, I just shake my head. And I always say to myself, I see why they're not married and I see why I am married, because the things that's major to them is not major to me. It's not.
Just
Go
to
off,
be more,
Go off.
But just to be a little bit more specific, what I was saying, and this may be anecdotal, but a few
no, Amber, I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is
no, meaning when women say they deserve. I had a client. I flew out to DC to do. As a brother who graduated from law school, went out there, did his portraits, and I featured him on my social media. My DMs flooded with women like, girl, who is that? Introduce us. Is he single? So I reached out. I said, I have a few women that's interested in you. And these women, the caliber of women that was in my DM, high power executives, COOs, like they felt because he's graduating law school, he's my type because of the class. And so he let me introduce them. It was about 7 women. And he came back. He said, Amber, don't introduce me to another woman. These women are batshit crazy. They led with their resumes. They had a sense of entitlement. Like, Amber, if you just had, he said, if a normal woman, a normal, cute woman, if she's interested, hook it up. So that's what I mean, that there's a certain caliber of women who believe in their community. I am a woman of high value, and I deserve a brother like that because we're both the upper echelon in class, and it was crash and burn for that brother and the women.
I said something a couple weeks ago, man. Go ahead, Elijah.
No, I just want to ask her. The thing is when you're dealing with like tribes, right? Like, how many average chicks will have access to him? I use a term. I say I'd rather have a chick from Walmart or Food Line, because I think they're more down to earth. They're more practical. People laugh at me when I say that. And I'm kind of with you in a way, because I think the women that work with me are batshit crazy. You see what I'm saying? I'm telling you, corporate, executive type black women, they're crazy. But the thing is that I don't have access to them down to earth cool chicks. It just have to be the luck of the draw. I mean, or I have to go to Walmart or Target and hopefully bump into them. But the thing is that when we're dealing with tribes, it's like, you know what? The places I go out to eat now, them down to earth chicks don't go. It's people that's within my tribe go. So like that guy, you know what I'm saying? You and his tribe, right? And then you have access to other women in that tribe. So automatically that's the mingle group, right? But the thing is that when our women get into these tribes, it's like we put these women in our tribe as men because we said they're executive, they're lawyers, they're stuff like that. But that's not really what qualifies for a man. Like, I don't look for them credentials that she went to law school, she got a law degree, she got her own house, she got her own will, she a bad, you know what I'm saying? You know that song. I don't look for them criterias, right? Because I know them criteria is detrimental to my peace of mind. I cherish a peace of mind over anything else. So I know them executive women, let's be honest, they're bosses. And then, so what you gonna do when you got a boss chick that's a boss at work? What's gonna happen when she come home? Is she gonna cut off that switch? So I'd rather have a cashier at Walmart. You know what I'm saying? Because now I know she know how to play her position as a woman. So that's what happened with your friend. He was like, you know what? On the outside, yes, it should be good. We in the same tribe, but these women is batshit crazy.
Is it
man.
Is it a good idea to assume that the woman at Walmart is a little more down to earth than the woman who's a lawyer? I mean, if they both looking at the same Instagram, then what's really the difference outside of their income in terms of, we're talking about mentality? You know, is it safe to say that they're so different? I mean, I feel like the statistics about marriage and whatnot, and just hearing about men's experiences in the dating scene, it doesn't really seem like it's all that different between those two women. So I'm just wondering, is it safe to assume that the chick working at the cashier table at Target is going to be a lot easier to get along with than a partner at your local law firm?
She will because me, just say if I go and I find me I like Waffle House. So just say if I find me a Waffle House cook, right? I won't do that. I'm just saying, it's an analogy. She will understand that I will be the provider. So now I will automatically fit in the role of a man. In regards to me marrying a lawyer, where now it's like we're equal providers. You know what I'm saying? The thing, and that's because we're in America. You know what I'm saying? Do she really need me to protect her? Nah, we got 911. We live in a high rise in Tyson. We good. So we really don't need protection. So now I'm losing that value as a man. So now it's pretty much we become partners. But now with that woman, just say that work at Waffle House, I'm the provider. I'm automatically living a life as a man, what a man should do, instead of becoming a partner.
But then does the Waffle House cook have the right to feel like she deserves a man of your caliber?
See, I think so, because in my mind, I think for a relationship to work correctly, a woman shouldn't work. You know what I'm saying? I think a woman has too much on her plate. You probably heard me say this a million times. I think a woman has too much on her plate, being a mother, being a manager of the house, to also work a 9 to 5. And that's me. But I think that she shouldn't work. I think so when in that aspect of earning, I don't consider a woman earnings to make her a potential mate. I could say it like this. I base it on reality. Look outside the door, see the men you have access to, and then that's who you should go after.
But look, I said it a couple of weeks ago, man. These chicks rather live a lie than hear a truth. Man, a lot of these hoes, man. I be damn, man. They lie to them goddamn selves when they think they should really deserve somebody, a high quality, a high caliber man like it. Why do you feel like you deserve that? I mean, what about you even makes you feel like you deserve a man like that? I mean, what do you bring into that man's life that you feel like you deserve this man? Nothing. Ain't shit you can bring. Your titties, your vagina, or your ass is not nothing special that no other woman has. So you got to come with something better than that.
And when does that mentality start? Is that like high school? Is that middle school, high school, where you start to think I'm princess and I need Prince Charming, and if it ain't Prince Charming, I ain't going. You know what I mean?
Elementary school, brother.
Start
If you look at elementary school,
and I wanted to talk back.
I've been saying this for a while. If you think about the concept, we train our women to be men from elementary school. We have them compete with men. We train them to be bosses. So now, at what point in their life do they change and switch to have the mentality to be a wife? They don't. So, like I said, it's our fault. I don't blame women. I blame the system. I say that a million times. I don't blame women. I say we have these gender war battles. I don't look at them like I'm fighting against you. I'm looking at like we fighting against the system. You just don't know it. Because they put us in a position that our women are trained to be men. All the way up until they said, hey, it's time for me to get married and have kids. Oh, I got all these degrees. I'm a PhD. I got a good job, but I'm not even qualified to be a wife.
Look, I'm gonna go and throw it out there. I'm gonna tell you what they feel qualifies them. They feel appearance qualifies them because they think that that's the first thing that we notice, which it is. I mean, ultimately, okay, so let's say, for instance, Logic goes into Walmart. He's not just going to pick any cashier. He's going to pick the baddest looking cashier. Facts. I mean, it's going to be the baddest one. It ain't going to just be any old one. You know what I'm saying? That's just what we do. So they feel that based on appearance, and now they're getting the BBL and all other kind of things going on, that is what qualifies them to deserve. So you almost have to be qualified now. That's what they feel. If they got the baddest body in the room, you got to make a certain amount of money, right? You got to have a certain amount of assets. There's things about you, right, that qualifies you for them at that point because they feel like, okay, I'm that trophy that you've been looking for. Here it is, right? Now, okay, so who's the best man in the room at that point? Right. And so that's what it is. Until we change that narrative, that's what it'll be. But that's what it'll be. I'm willing to even say, I'm even willing to say that the homely looking attorney is still insecure if she's in a room full of bad bitches and one of us is choosing.
But Rio, let me say this. That beauty will get you to the restaurant. But as soon as you open your mouth and start talking 10-car crazy, you get your ass left at a restaurant.
No, I definitely agree. But I think qualifying, though. They said this is what they feel they deserve because this is what we generally, as a whole, are looking at. That'll get you in the door. Now, what you do once you get in there, that's another thing. But that alone will get you in the door. Right. And so then we got to think of what is our preferences about what she has to have in other compartments, you know. But ultimately, man, we lead with our eyes. That's just what we do.
Go ahead, Ms. Toya. I know you want to go ahead and finish your statement from earlier.
No, I agree with Rio was just saying too. I mean, beauty is always what's going to grab the man's attention, but of course, it's more than that has to keep the man. So, I mean, I see nothing wrong with women maintaining their beauty. That's completely fine, but it's more than just that's going to keep the man around. And for these women that want these type of men that earn this kind of money, like, you have to do the work to get these men. And it's not just your beauty. It's more than that's going to keep these men around. And back to what me and Amber was talking about earlier, like, there are some people that live, in environments where they are like,
oh, come on, Toya. Hold it. She's coming back. Oh
my God.
So is she the Kayla of the Thursday show? I mean, of the Sunday show? Her internet always messing up.
Yeah, we're gonna work on it. We're gonna.
Hey, Pastor JR, can we do a collection plate for her internet?
Right. Hey, shout out to Quest, man. Quest, start that GoFundMe for real.
I don't think we're gonna do that. I think we're just gonna let go and let God on this one, y'all. I think this might be one of those times. We don't want to.
I tell the same way I told Kayla. I would send her some Lumafoil tomorrow. All you gotta do is wrap that Lumafoil around your router, and it will work perfectly.
She needs a Wi-Fi extender.
You said Wi-Fi extender? Okay, she's back. All right, go ahead, Miss Toya. You know, we were just talking about solutions. Everybody we'll never talk about solutions, but we came up with them solutions real
I'm
quick.
sorry, y'all. Between this freaking PS5 and the VR headset, it's just too much streaming up in here. But I was just saying, like, back to what Amber was saying, like, some people are on the same, you know, they're in the same circles from young. Like, these kids probably go to private schools, then they go to college together, you know. So I understand, like, women like that's on these same, like, socioeconomical levels with certain guys wanting that same type of guy. But for a person that's like in middle class, like, that's your average. That's what you should be looking for. Like, I just don't understand a person that came up in a household that was like 50K a year, but he could only make 200K a year. Like, that's all that you're looking at. That's the kind of thing that throws me off when I hear women say stuff like that. Was that what you're talking about, Amber? Like, she come up in a household where her, you know, she's around.
No, there's some women who, you know, got it from the mud, and they worked, and they're doing extremely well now.
Okay,
so,
that's
you know what I mean? You know, not necessarily childhood, but like, listen, I made it. I'm here. I'm in corporate America. I'm a high power exec. I live downtown, or I'm a homeowner, and I deserve a man who's on the same caliber as me. And these are like, kind of like what Logic said. This is her circle, or this is the type of men she's around, or depending on her profession, she just automatically thinks she deserves that caliber of man because she created herself to be that caliber of woman.
But see, I feel like
on
that's
the surface
different.
level.
Yeah, but see, I feel like that's different because that type of woman, she's already kind of like in competitive mode. So then when she gets with a man, she's gonna be like, okay, we the same. Like, oh, you can do it, I can do it better, kind of thing. She's not really gonna be feminine. Yes. So that's why you see men in higher levels, like the little, you know, how you see like a prince from out the country may come and marry a waitress. Because she's not going to be trying to compete with this man. She's not going to look at it like, oh, I have these degrees and I earn this a month. I'm a boss chick, all this kind of stuff. When women have that kind of mindset, and I'm not ever saying for women not to reach their goals. If that's your goals, if you want to become this cardiologist or whatnot, if that's what you choose to do it. But understand what comes along with that. Like I spoke last Sunday, I have no degrees. I don't have any college degrees. What was important to me was I wanted a family. That was important to me. So women that go into those type of fields and go into that type of path in life, just understand what comes along with it. And if you're able to balance the two while you're reaching your goals, I think that's what they should try to do.
And can I expound for you? I'm sorry.
I mean, and that's why I wanted to ask Amber this one question. Because everybody know I was in the military for 22 years. It's impossible because if we have them in that environment, they want to be in that environment, we're expecting them to execute at the highest level. And I'm pretty sure it's the same in corporate, right? And then we expect you to do that. The thing about it is that it turned these women from feminine creatures into men.
I'm so glad you said that. That's what I want to say. And I'm going to expound on that Logic. I had a meeting Thursday night with a woman, and I've just been going through a lot professionally, and we just started kind of confessing to each other that the hardest people to get along with and work with are other Black women. And this is a meeting I had with a Black woman, and we were just taking back drinks. Like every single time there was an issue with work, it was with other Black women, not white men, not white women, not Black men. And she said something to me that kind of makes me think about this conversation. She said, in all fairness, especially in corporate America, we've been trained that there can only be one Black woman at the table. There's typically one position for a Black woman. To go to what you're saying, Logic, we have been trained that it's bloodshed. I'm going to get that position. And when we have been training since college, you know, undergrad, grad school, interning, and then getting that position, that there's only one seat at the table for a Black woman, we are now thinking and operating and speaking and behaving in every aspect in our life like that. And so I literally just had this conversation with a Black, like every single issue I've had in my profession has been with another Black woman, because we were trained to compete at, like you said, Logic, at the highest level. No prisoners, don't give a damn about casualties. I'm going to get this position because there's only one seat at the table.
But what does that do to a woman when Because put like this, if you put a kid in an environment, you say, okay, you raise him in an environment, you take a kid, you put him in Congo, guess what? His environment gonna make him a killer, no matter what he is, right? So now the reason what I'm saying is that our women, based on this system, lose all their innocence. And then now what they do is they become men. They become mental men. And now they want to go out. And then now imagine being with it's like the pickings we have. If you pick a woman who's a lawyer, something like that, that's why they want partnership. That's where that word start coming from. And not only that, it's like they move like a man. They think like a man. They think like a boss. Because if they didn't do that, then guess what? They'll fail at their job. And I don't blame the women. I'm saying the system, a woman should not be in that position. A woman is made to be a mother and a wife. But our system makes them men. And then they become bad mothers. They become bad wives. And we seeing that now in our day and age. And as we see the women levels increase, we have presidents. Can you imagine living with Kamala Harris? Like, I'm just saying, I don't know the relationship with that, but the mentality. You live in, your wife is the vice president of the United States. What can you compete against that? Maybe Elon Musk? You see what I'm saying? But why she just don't be a wife? Like, train our women to be wives. So we train that we will heal our community, but now we going up. Our men got to compete against our women. And then now, whatever it is, whatever plays out, but they still got to go home with them same women that's trained to compete in the world as men at the highest level. That's a problem.
Yeah, but you know, the saddest thing about it is that women are really, they ready to compete in the corporate world, but in the dating world, they don't want to compete. They don't want to compete. They feel like they're entitled to everything and all things. And that's surely not true. Not when, as a men, we are the prize. There's no damn way you shouldn't be competing. You ought to be taking your own girlfriend out by goddamn knees to get you a good man, if that's what it calls for.
I thought this was Sunday. I didn't know we called women hoes. Hink, what's wrong with you?
But Hink is not lying though, y'all, because a lot of women just feel like, oh, you know, I look good. These guys are going to come running to me. You know, little girls are being born every day, baby. Yeah. The competition is going to always be.
We're told not to approach men. We're told never to approach a man. He needs to approach you. And we're also told just being a mother and wife is not enough. We're told being a wife and being submissive is weak. And that's from when you're young. So you can only imagine what that does to you once you get older. You know, not approaching a man and being told being girly is weak. It's like a horrible concoction.
Let me tell you something.
People don't realize that femininity is so powerful. They have no idea how powerful femininity is.
In today's society, if you go against sister code, if you agree with the man at any point in time, God forbid they'll call you a pick-me. You know, so on top of competing in corporate world, God forbid if you do anything against the sisterhood, they're ready to cancel you, call you weak, call you a pick-me, that you're always siding with the men, you don't have a mind of your own. And then they try to chastise you.
Yeah.
So this goes on. I mean, this goes on the day-to-day of just all Black women, no matter what side you're on. God forbid you think and speak for yourself.
Hey, but Amber, let them heifers say what they want to say. At the end of the day, you can show them that ring, and ain't shit they can do about it.
Yeah, but Amber, that's if you in it, that's anywhere. If you buckle the Black mentality, you know what I'm saying? Hey, if I say, hey, I like Republican policies, I'm an automatic Uncle Tom. You know what I'm saying? That's the shaming technique that Black people use when you're actually doing something right. So the thing is people should love being called coons. People should what you said, what term you use, Amber, for the a pick. You should love being pick-me's. The thing is,
don't matter to me. I'm big.
They got
doing something right.
Marry women,
baby. So you look at how you want.
I'm fine with that.
Taken. Look, we can call it taken from now on because I'm taken.
But shouldn't women go out to be pick-me's? Long as they being truthful now.
Honestly, every woman wants to be chosen. I don't give a damn who. Let's be real. Every woman wants to feel chosen. Every woman wants to feel like, man, this man could have any woman, but he chose me. All of us want to feel that way. And any woman who don't say that, I'm gonna sound like King, is a goddamn lie. Did I channel you right, Hink?
Hold on. Let me ask you this, Amber. Does every woman want to be chosen, or does every woman want a family? Because I feel like Toya says she wanted a family versus you're saying she wants to be chosen by, you know what I mean, a CEO of a medical company. You know what I mean? So
I'm meeting a lot of women nowadays, high professional women that are verbally and open that they do not want to have children. I know a few women who are doing very well, and they just say, I know it sounds selfish, but I like my lifestyle. I don't like to share. I like to get up and go when I want. I don't want to be accountable for somebody. So a lot of women will still want to be chosen by a man, but a lot of women don't want to be mothers.
Well, then they need to marry a man that don't want kids. I mean, all men don't want kids. Mm-hmm. So if these women meet a man that doesn't want a child, then that's fine. But you can't be a woman that's trying to get with a man who wants a family. If this man wants a family and then you express to him that you don't want any kids, then he's not going to deal with you.
It comes with a level of honesty. Like, I know for me, like, according to good old Kevin Samuels, I'm not even in danger zone. I'm in no man's land because of my age. I am a baby mama. Physically, I physically can't carry a child. Doesn't mean I can't have children, but I physically, because of medical reasons, can't carry another child. So I know the caliber of man. I'm gonna have to scale it back, and it's okay. It's just a level of honesty of who you are, where you are, and the type of man or mate that's gonna want you. And I'm not offended. It doesn't make me feel less of a woman. It doesn't make me feel less attractive. It's just being honest with myself and where I'm at in my life.
But Amber, don't say scale it back, because scaling back sounds like it's a bad thing. You just
when I say scale it back,
you got to choose from a different
if I meet a man
group
who I'm attracted to, but he wants to have more children, I'm going to have to let him know, well, I physically can't carry a child. However, we will have to get a surrogate, which means that's $50,000. That he gonna probably be like, no, that's too much. I want a woman I can actually, go through the journey of pregnancy. That he has that right to say that. That's what I mean by scaling it back and me being realistic about what that man probably want, and we may not be in alignment.
So I think one of the things that we have to normalize is drawing boundaries. I think it ties into what Hink said about dating. I think that nowadays the reason why many of us end up in situations to where we're shacking up with people who we are calling our boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever they may be, is because people want access, they want control, and they also want to guard you. They want to keep watch, right? And I think that if we didn't have that, people would be more inclined to choose very carefully about who they spend their time with, and it may lead you more down the path of marriage. Whereas now it's just like, man, we put too much, I think we put too much respect on the fact that you're dating somebody. You know what I mean? Because we automatically tie that into exclusivity when in reality, it doesn't even have to be. That's a choice, right? Marriage is exclusive. Marriage is choosing. Marriage is a contract, and it is the ultimate commitment, right? But we get these ideas, I think, because we are born into families who were doing this, just shacking up, having kids, and various things and we think it's okay. How can you tell me it's not okay when you did it? I was born into that, right? And so we end up walking down that path, and we get so far deep into it, we realize we've wasted a lot of time on people who we never really intended to spend the rest of our lives with to begin with. You know what I mean? And now what happens is, I don't want to say our stock goes down, but we carry this extra baggage as a result of it. You know what I mean? And we bring that into something that into the next phases of our lives, and then we have to second guess whether or not we are just as viable as a candidate for this ultimate goal as we could have been or as we were before. You know, and I think that that's also why it's important to kind of really just get to know people so you find the right person. I think Toya just mentioned, if you don't want kids, you find somebody who also doesn't want kids because maybe they're in a similar stage in their life, and that's where you two align, right? So I think there's a lot that we can do, but we got to be very intentional about drawing boundaries. Draw those boundaries. You do not owe anybody anything that is not your husband or wife.
Okay. All right, if you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef-ING Sundays. Make sure we get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Got a few super chats right now. Quest 999. Did somebody say Thursday energy?
Look at him.
Lurking. Uncle Luke, 1980s, $10. Always enjoy the content here. Question for my brother Logic. How was your trip to the Philippines? That's my next travel destination. Any suggestions on where I should go see? You know what's up. SYSBM. You on mute, just so you know. Yeah, you're on mute.
Oh, make sure you go and stay in the Conrad in Manila. That's the best probably location you can get in the Philippines. Don't go to don't go to Port-au-Prince. Stay away from Antique. Hit me up in my DM, man.
No, glad you got the whole rundown. Quest again with the $4.99. Shout out to Quest. I'm about to start a GoFundMe for Toya Internet. It always happens when she about to say something good. So
we all could just donate an Ethernet cord, you know what I mean? Right.
All right, we'll keep this Thursday energy moving. Tan with the 1999. Toya, not saying this is you, but you got married. Women acting like 304s, for example, wives letting Salt Bae feed them or attempting to feed them and laughing when the man tells Salt Bae no, rather the woman telling him no.
That's because everybody is not wives. Just because you have the title does not mean that you're a wife. It's in your actions.
Shout out to Quest again. We just got news, and only because he's in the media, you know, we can't shout everybody that passed away, but rest in peace, Bill Russell. I think he was 88, they said he passed away. So that's the news that's circulating around. So keeping him and his family in prayers. Uncle Luke, 1980s again, $10 super chat. The problem is modern day women think attraction is symmetrical when actually attraction is asymmetrical. So Uncle Luke again, $1985 as Rolo. How y'all say that?
Rolo Tomasi.
Tomasi, never heard of that. Would say women today are becoming the men they always wanted. JJ, $45 for a, I don't know what that icon is.
Or I think a woman. I think is that symbol a woman or a man?
I thought that was a Prince symbol or something. It is what his guitar was or something.
No, that's right. The honest no.
To be and stay high earner. She must abandon feminine behavior and become masculine, and men hate dating masculine. Prince. Somebody send me that picture. Del will $5 as TK Kirkland says. There's new girls graduating college every June. Competition.
I know that's right. P-holes.
Jordan, $9.99. Women red flags. High value men listen up. Smack their lips, roll their eyes. Most of her friends are single. Holds no accountability. Words like queen, partner, a yes.
Yeah.
He forgot one though. What's that one? Period, boo.
Period, poo.
Oh my God, I hate that.
Period, poo. Period.
Hey man, shout out to the single hoes, baby.
Oh God.
Hey, hold on, but look, Chat Ninjas,
Not
y'all
the single hoes.
like what? Hey, Chat Ninjas, I don't know what's wrong with y'all today. Maybe it's Sunday. I order my coffee. Y'all need to get y'all coffee so y'all can chat. Ninjas assemble. Man, flood the ones in the chat. What is wrong with y'all? Man, don't make me pull up. Man, flood the ones. Come on, man. Let's go. Get them likes up. We playing.
I hope to see y'all in Atlanta. It's gonna be dope.
Yeah, there you go. Also, shout out to the sponsor, Teach Handling. Make sure you guys feel the Teach. If you guys don't know, we will be live in ATL August the 5th, August the 6th. The countdown is here. The Lapeef Experience takes over Atlanta. Get your tickets. We do have live stream tickets available. It's a private stream, so everybody won't be able to get a chance to see it. But if you want to see Fridays and Saturdays show from the comfort of your home, those tickets are available as well. Who dropped off this time? Everybody losing members here. Who was that? Rio? Yeah, like it.
Not Rio.
All right. And lastly, shout out to Sugar Curls. She's an official sponsor. We do have one more sponsor slot available. I know I put the sponsorship packages out late, but if you are interested, email info. I think it might be sponsorship. So something, just email me. Reach out to me. Let me know you're interested in becoming a sponsor of ATL, and I'll get you the details. But Sugar Curls Beauty, she does have a message, and I read it earlier, but for people that are just tuning in, she says, this year, Sugar Curl Salon is bringing more awareness to men's health. The salon is more than just healthcare business. It is nutrition-focused entity. As the ATL live show, she will be discussing the five causes of death in men. All of these conditions can be preventable with lifestyle, diet, and nutrition changes. She said, make sure you tune in during the intermission of the ATL show, both Friday and Saturday. She will have prize giveaways, which will focus on increasing men's prostate health, heart health, stamina, and confidence. As I said before, her focus in Houston was about the women. There's no doubt in my mind that she will be bringing women's products to ATL, but the primary focus will be around men. So she's letting you guys know that Sugar Curls is not just for women, it's for men as well. So men, you're trying to get your beards on point, she will have those products. She will have a lot of giveaways for the men. So it's our time to show up. So shout out to the sponsor, Sugar Curls Beauty. There we go. Now, let me see who's down here. All right, welcome back, Rio.
Appreciate you.
You got that Toya internet.
I don't know what was going on.
Me and Rio taking turns.
Man.
All right, just so you guys know, let's get the Ethernet plugins. And I'm not talking about y'all on the panel because I know y'all gonna do that. But if you do plan on coming on panels, it's best to have a Wi-Fi extender and or plug into a direct connection with the Ethernet cord. That's going to give you the strong signal. If you have kids in your house, you might need to get a higher internet package to increase the megabytes per second. If you got 2 or 3, it's just not going to cut it. I mean, think about it. You got a weak computer. You're trying to stream. Your computer can't handle all of that. And then you got people playing PlayStations and VRs and doing all type of stuff.
Okay, JR, I feel like you're talking to me now.
No, he got me together a few weeks ago, sis.
Yeah.
So no, it's real. Like,
So,
but I have the highest package, y'all. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know.
So
now VR takes all the internet.
Yeah, the VR.
Sometimes
and my daughter, like, she stays on it all freaking day.
Hello?
It's addicting.
Hello?
Pastor speaking. Sorry.
Speaking. Sometimes you guys may think you have the higher internet package, but you really don't. So to eliminate that, do a speed test. And then let me and Logic know what your speed test results are, and we'll be able to let you know if you're on the right path. There are some areas where you do have the highest package that you can get. Just can't do nothing about it.
Mm-hmm.
So if that happens,
fiber Toya.
Mm-hmm.
Now asking Toya, do she have fiber internet?
A lot of people.
Yeah.
Fiber. Are you sure?
Yeah, because that's what they told us.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, just
and it's supposed to be, I mean, it's AT&T. It's like it's supposed to be like their highest. And I got it because it asks you, like, when you're selecting the package, like, do you need like a gaming package? And you know what, my husband playing the games, like, I always get that. And
your
then
husband's the one playing the games.
Yeah, my husband played the PS5 and my daughter plays the VR headset.
Wow, okay.
And then I need it because I work from home and then I got to do my Lapeef-ING. So
Okay.
But I don't know. Is they?
I seen that put up.
Especially on Sundays, baby.
The probably the better option for you is to get a secondary router. So now that router can just be dedicated to just you and the stuff you do at work and at home. So yeah, see, I
Okay.
got 2 routers. I got one router for Lapeef-ING, and I got a second router for people that might come in my house and TVs and stuff like that.
I don't think you need that setup that Logic got. Logic got some.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Can we give a shout out to Lapeef IT Help Desk for a minute?
Yeah. Shout out to IPT. It's a lot of shit going on over here, man. We just got it all. We just got it all. Let's keep it moving.
Logic about to have you have a $400 internet bill.
All right, moving on to our next topic, and I don't really have a topic to scroll across, but I do have some slides I want to read. This came across, I think yesterday or something like that. So I'm gonna have Siobhan go ahead and walk us through this. Everybody, pay attention. I'm about to put some slides up. Chanel, you there? Okay, just want to make sure. I want to make sure you don't miss it. All right, here we go.
Men will have you in their space 24/7, take you out on dates, have you meet their family, tell you they love you, go on trips, have a child, and still move wow because, well, you're not my girl. And we've just accepted that that's something that they do, that we must work around. Don't assume anything until he asks. I mean, yes, sure, but men could also stop overplaying their role to begin with. It's manipulative to do so knowing your intention is not to commit to her at the end of the day. Men overplay their role intentionally. Just getting sex is not enough. They need you to be emotionally attached so they can always maintain some sort of access to you. That's why men don't actually like women who can fuck and be detached. Women who don't catch feelings are hoes. They say women who catch feelings are annoying because those women now want commitment after being treated like their girlfriend. They're annoyed because that was never their end goal, even though their actions say otherwise. They just wanted your ass attached to them so they could always get the pom pom.
Okay, so there's a lady. What's her name? Candace
Sinclair.
Sinclair has spoken. I want to start with the gentleman first. I'm gonna go to Rio, Hank, then Cal. What are your thoughts about what this young lady observed about men? Would you say that this is true? Women, just a yes or no. Do you guys agree with this? Just a yes or no, women.
Yes or no is not enough.
I just want to know if you guys agree. Like yes, no, some of it.
It's like 50-50.
Okay, so y'all playing it safe?
No, there's so much nuance to it.
It's a no. I mean, I'm just have.
It was a lot of pieces.
Okay, got you. All right, I'm gonna go to the men and then we'll get to the women. So women, sit back and relax. Let's talk to the guys for a second. All right, go ahead, Rio. Rio, say it ain't so. Say it ain't so, brother.
We all struggle streaming this morning, it looks like.
All right, go ahead, Hank. Oh, say it ain't so, Hank. Oh, okay.
I'm here, baby. My internet was kind of messing up too, so I can't say shit. But is it true? Yeah, because that half of it, you didn't have the question, you didn't have that conversation with him from the giddy up. If you don't set the expectations from the jump start, he gonna do what he want to do. And I'm gonna ride. I would ride it to the end. I'm not gonna give you no commitment for what? Your whole ass ain't really worth my last name. So what the hell I'm gonna commit to you for? I'm gonna do everything else though, but commit? Nah, hell nah. You ain't gonna get this. It's a blessing, and you're not worthy of it.
Damn. Okay. Go ahead, Cal.
I mean, it's responsibility and accountability really to go around all the way around. But my first thought is, why as a woman are you going to meet his family? And why are you giving up the draws? And why are you having this child and doing all this stuff? And y'all haven't had the conversation about commitment yet. You know what I mean? There's no way a man should be able to tell you, well, you're not my girl, really. You know, we're not really together like that. So, you know what I mean? After y'all done did all of this stuff, that's on you to set your own boundaries. I think Rio, before you hopped off, was speaking about setting correct boundaries. So you shouldn't even be allowing yourself to get to that position, really, in my opinion. But at the same time, if I'm a man, I mean, and you ain't putting that pressure on me to make them kind of have that conversation, then yeah, I'm gonna ride it until you know what I mean, until I can't no more. I don't know if I would have a child by a woman that I feel like I don't mess with like that, you know what I mean, or I wouldn't be caught in public with. That's me, but I don't think I'd take it that far. But you know, if it's just a woman that I'm kicking it with, and that I'm, you know, maybe taking her out on dates or whatever, yeah, I'm gonna just ride that until we have that conversation. You know what I mean? If she don't put the pressure on me, why put the pressure on the situation? So, and if she start acting crazy, like Hink always say, she might get left at the restaurant. But all of that should be figured out before you meeting his mom or before y'all going to Italy. You know what I mean? And all of that, y'all should have been had that conversation. That's what adults do. So, you know, if y'all just playing around, then that y'all just playing around, you deserve whatever comes out of them little games y'all playing.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Logic.
Can one of the ladies summarize? Because, you know, I don't read terrorist language. So can somebody summarize her message? I mean, I'm sorry, I don't negotiate with them. So like
when they read terrorists.
I mean, it was a lot. It was a lot of different things, Logic. So I think sometimes, I don't know how old Candace was or is currently, but I think she's probably young. And she is asking, hey, I'm doing all of these things that a married woman essentially would be doing. You know, why can't you guys commit? I gave you your child. You're taking me out on dates. We're doing this. We're doing that. Like, why? Like, I guess what she's trying to say is like, why am I not enough? But she's just not doing enough to be able to get the results that she wants.
All right, this is easy. So the purpose of dating in America in 2022 is pretty much hooking up. That's the purpose of dating. Our purpose of dating is not until we get older, then we'll think about any type of plans and legacies and all that type of stuff. Like most of these chicks and dudes today can't spell legacy, they can't spell plan, and then they don't even understand family legacy. So what it is just a bunch of casual dating and a bunch of casual sex. And at most of the times, the women fall victim to it because it just so happens. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if I have sex with 100 chicks, I'm considered a player. If you have sex with 10 dudes, you considered a hoe. Oh, can I say that on Sunday? Hey, look, or you considered a hoe.
Come on.
And women don't understand that. So it's just that they're caught up in a scene and they just love this casual date. They love these relationships. They have no issues with breaking up with a dude that they with for 2 years and just moving on. That's the lifestyle we live in. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even though I don't believe in a whole body count thing, because if it was a thing like body count, half of these chicks would be eliminated. Can you imagine if we had a scarlet letter today? You know what I'm saying? I mean, shit, these chicks be running around here with so many chains on looking like Flavor Flav. You know what I'm saying? They have a whole scarlet letter, a H. You know what I'm saying? They have an A for adultery. You know what I'm saying? They have, you know what I'm saying, a J for jump off. You know what I'm saying? They will be looking like Flavor Flav right now if we had these scarlet letters for women's behavior.
Oh,
because,
hell yeah.
you know what? All right, I'm sorry.
Hey, Logic, if they ain't looking like, Logic, if they ain't looking like Flavor Flav, they're gonna look like Mr. T.
Mr. T, Flavor Flav, they're gonna be looking like all the rappers in the 80s. Because if you look at it, if you think of the whole concept of the scarlet letter was the what? Somewhat have an identifying symbol on somebody to let other men know, to warn them. Now imagine if we had something similar to that today. Imagine how many chains these chicks have on their neck. I'm serious. All right, look, let me fade to black. Y'all got it.
What are you talking about?
All right, go ahead, ladies, if you want to chime in. Everybody ain't got to chime in, but if you want to add something to it, you can. The fellas.
Rio didn't go, JR.
Oh, yeah, Rio didn't go. I'm sorry.
So it's not just me. I checked. It's the whole area. So I can't. There ain't nothing I could do about it if it's just spotty right now. But This is what
really?
No, real talk. But listen, this is one thing I will say. I think too many people are jumping on the fast track, right? Like they're jumping on the fast track. They think that commitments will lead them to the ultimate commitment, and that's not necessarily the case, right? And this is something that men and women are guilty of, but in different ways. Men are willing to go and play that game with you, and women are actually really invested, and they think that this is going to get them to where they ultimately want to go. You know, so that can be from meeting the family, going on vacations, having kids, doing the 50-50 dating, right? Because what it allows you to do is you tie your finances together. And so now you have this better quality of life because we both chip in our paychecks, right? And now we're like locked in. And so it's a little bit more difficult to separate because then you have to go back to whatever quality of life you were living before, right? And so there's a lot of this going on, and people think, oh yeah, we're on our way. In fact, if you pressure a man enough, he might just tell you that that's the direction he want to go, and it may or may not be true. Women are typically ready a little sooner than men are ready for those types of things. But we understand the game that we have to play to stay in the game with you. This is the reason why the post-it said, you not introducing things, but him actually introducing things and posing the questions puts you in a position where you're a lot safer, because now he's not thinking about having to compromise to whatever your goals are and whatever your needs are. He's letting you know that this is what I want with you. And that you more or less can take to the bank than somebody who is submitting under pressure. That's not what he's supposed to be doing anyway. And I think women know the difference, but just hearing that I'm going to do what you want me to do, for many of women is enough. She don't even really care that it's genuine sometimes. I got him to say it. And that's a sad state of affairs, but that's really where a lot of us are.
Oh, yeah. We got to be mindful of these talking points because there's so many gray areas. The reason I'm on the fence with this, because on one panel, women get ripped to shreds because they want to hold back and not show that they're capable of being wives in the time they're dating, right? So when women say, well, I'm not going to show him everything in the beginning, she gets ripped to shreds. And then there's women like this who are showing their wife material, showing that they're down, showing that they're loyal. And there's a lot of things that can be lost in translation. And what the thing is lost in a lot of these relationships is really good communication, where a woman wants to show you in every aspect that she's down, whether she's having sex with him in the courting phase or dating phase because they're just sexually attracted to each other. They start spending time together. She's meeting the family because she's seeing where he's coming from. But what's missing on the woman's, both parties' standpoint, is literally the communication. Why are you interested in me? What is it that you want from me? What is your intentions? Are we on the same page? I think in a lot of these situations, conversations, hard questions, uncomfortable conversations is missing, because a lot of us, I've done this, where you want to show a man you're down. You want to show him that you know how to cook, clean, take care of a family, be there for him, be his support, be his backbone, because like I said earlier, we want to get chosen. And then when we don't get chosen, we can't completely be the victim because we never asked the questions. We never had the conversation. And so I just think that it's just both parties' responsibility to have the conversation. And just because a man, and this is what I disagree, just because a woman is doing all these things and she's not putting the pressure, I'm just going to sit back and ride it. I don't think that's good integrity on the man as well. So I am holding both parties accountable.
I truly agree with what you said, Amber. One thing though, there's a difference between showing wifely qualities and prematurely being a wife to a man that's not your husband.
Mm-hmm.
Showing wifely qualities can be easily done without giving that man a child. You know,
That part,
went,
correct.
right. It
Correct.
went way too far. That's why she's hurt. Now, I do agree that men, as the natural born leaders, should never lead a young lady to destruction, but that young lady has to have accountability.
Mm-hmm.
She has to know, okay, this is going way too far. I can't be attached to this man. Or, like you said, have serious conversations. When I met my husband, I think by our third date, we were like discussing, what do we want in life? And he was very clear with me, and I was able to say, I want this. Let's do it. And it was wonderful because he was clear and he was honest, and all of his actions after that led me to believe that we're going somewhere serious, and we got married. So every woman, I think can sense when a man is being truthful, being honest. And once your spidey senses start tingling, like, he's lying, or he's not leading me into where he told me he would, that's when we have to let go. Mm-hmm. Stop trying to fix the situation or love him harder into being something that he's not. It's not gonna work. So you have to cut your losses and save time and find someone else.
But I got a question for y'all, and I can tell y'all something that y'all might not know. But the fog on the battlefield was produced by the women. Because if you look, this issue only started in 1960. If anybody can tell me what happened in 1960, that women entered the workforce. So now their responsibility, they have options. It wasn't necessarily that, okay, women was to be wives. Women was to be the managers of the house. In the 1960s, when all the men went to, where was it, World War II? And then they had to bring in women into the work field. If you read an article, I forgot who it's by, but if I can find it, I'll post it. And they were saying that how they was telling women to go back to, you know what I'm saying, to the homes. The men are back, right? No, they wanted rights to sit here and stay in the workforce. So now what you're doing is you putting fog over the battlefield. Because if you put fog over the battlefield like that, and you give women to be head of households and all that kind of stuff, can you expect a man to do anything else? You know what I'm saying? If women would say, hey, look, our roles is to be wives, I don't even think the women on this panel would actually sit here and say that. And if we put it on the ballot, you'll vote for it. That what a woman role should be a wife, a mother, and a wife and a mother. Yeah. Put it on the ballot right now.
Just like a homemaker.
Let's see how many women vote for that. But other than that, you're fogging the battlefield. You want to do everything when we can just focus on what you're supposed to do.
So then,
that right now?
So then, can I ask you this logic? 2022. It's July 2022.
Yes.
In today's age, courting, right? A lot of us women are working in the dating phase. So then, what is the solution in 2022?
I just told you. I gave you a solution. I said right now, if I put a ballot that said women would be raised to be wives and mothers, would you women on this panel sign that ballot?
Yes. Then what? Then what?
Then guess what? Now,
with that.
what she said. What you're doing is you're removing the fog from the battlefield, and now it's like everything would change. It will go back to how it was in the 60s, where you had women being raised to be wives. And that was the expectation. So now the expectation of dating was only to get married. And the dating time frame was low. People were literally dating for like 5 months and they married. That was the standard. Now it's all messed up. So guess what you have? You're dealing with it now. You can't be equal and ask for equity. And
so
I
just want to be clear. I'm not giving you pushback. You're saying the solution to this fucked up dating world is removing women from the workforce, and that will literally exit out all of this.
Yes, and their job will become wives. That would be their job. Because right now you're gonna do it anyway, but you're gonna have to work and do it at the same time, and it adds stress to you. It's impossible. I said they can call me a simp. I don't see how women do it. I don't see how women work 9 to 5, take care of their husband, take care of their kids, and manage a household. It's insane that we ask women to do this today. They can call me all the kind of simps in the world, but it's factual. If you look at the stats, when we had bad, successful relationships, it was our relationships were free from the government, one, and our women was at the workforce.
I agree with you, but to make that better, fathers would need to be in the home, because typically in those times, the women stayed at home under their father's protection until their husband moved them into a new home. So if the women are stopping the working, which fine, they still need to have that protection of their father until they're married.
I agree. It's a structure. They destroyed our very structure, the way we live. This only like 62 years ago, right? You know what I'm saying? So let's be honest. Women only been in the workforce 62 years. And in that time frame they was in the workforce, look at what happened to our families. Now it's non-existent.
But
Elijah,
only
you think that will work?
I'm sorry, Kyle.
Go ahead, Toy. Go ahead. Respond to that.
No, I was just about to say, but not only the workforce, it's also like with government assistance as well, because we know with Section 8 housing, women that receive those benefits, a man can't be in the house. Their income has to be to a certain level. So if you have 2 people in a household with a certain income, they can't receive the benefits. So what they do is they make it to whereas, you know, when that inspector, whoever comes around, that man and his belongings have to be hidden, because if it's seen that he's in the home, she'll lose her benefits. So
and you know what happened when the Great Society happened that bought them benefits? 1965. So you see, 1960, they put women in the workforce. Allegedly, it was supposed to be temporarily. Women said they wanted to stay in the workforce. Now it started crumbling. What they did, they saw it started crumbling. The Great Society was supposed to be, let's fix it. Now you start adding these benefits, and now you crumble it even more. So I'm totally with you, Toya. But you see the timeline of the destruction of our families. Them 2 events. Hey, if you don't got to listen to me, you can research it. Go when women went into the workforce, and then go to The Great Society by Lyndon B. Johnson.
And see, that's why I believe that a lot of women, because that's why I think like common law marriages, I think that's why a lot of that got started. And it's not that people probably, well, I can't say that. I can't say it's not that they didn't want to get married, but I think a lot of them did not get married because it was going to mess their benefits up. So you saw like back in the day, you saw a lot of couples were like together for 10, 20 something years, but they didn't get married because it was going to affect the benefits in the household, which is to me is bad because, you know, representation matters. You know, girls grow up to be wives because they see that from their mothers. So you should already be a wife before before you meet your significant other. You should already be in the status mentally of a wife. So I think like just with this young lady with this post, he did everything he did because you allowed him to. I'm not going to sit and date somebody. I'm not going to sit and date somebody for over. Look, you're not getting over a year from me. And I'm just being honest. Especially the older you are, you don't have time to be giving people 10 and 15 freaking years. Like that's absolutely ridiculous. But everybody is different. And I think I remember as a little girl, my mama telling me, you never play house. You never play house. So when I see these women just sitting here living with guys you're basically being a wife. You're not doing anything different from what I do on a daily basis. The only difference is you didn't sign the contract. And I understand some people, it's like, oh, that's a man-made contract, this and that. Oh, well, look, the way I'm raised, you don't do that. You know, I understand everybody do things differently, and that's completely understandable. But if we're going to keep the Black community or try to make the community better than what it needs to be, we have to stay with tradition. And tradition is you marry. I dated my husband for freaking 6 months and he proposed. So I don't understand why are people making it seem like they don't get like where they're going wrong. It's because you're not doing traditional things. What woman needs to date a man for 10 freaking years, have his child, he bring you all over the world, but then at the same time, we not together. This is a situationship. What? Are we in high school? Everybody different.
It's like keeping your arm's length, keeping an arm's length away from the person that you're sharing your body with. So it's, of course, you're going to be messed up in the head. 1 minute it's lovey-dovey, next minute we're not together. Of course, it's going to be confusion. Why live in that confusion? Men talk about they want traditional women, so you have to do the traditional thing and get married and have it that way, or else you leave her alone. And the women, they need to understand, if that man is doing those things to you, gotta leave. You cannot have it both ways for either party. There has to be a line of demarcation somewhere.
Well, let me ask you a question real quick. Well, hold on, Logic. Let me just get to you, because my question was coming to you. My question was coming to you. So, when you talk about raising women to be wives, does that not include the body count of your sexual partners and being abstinent until you find the right one, or picking the right man to do all of that with? Does that not include that?
No, it definitely includes it. It definitely includes it. That's part of it. I say this a lot, right? Because I did a lot of invading in my time in the military. And the part of the invasions I was in, I was part of the Afghanistan invasion, and I was part of the Iraq invasion. The first thing we did once we invaded and took over, we started women's school. The very first thing we did was start a women's school, because the thing is, once you shake up their women and stop them from being wives to being entrepreneurs and all that kind of stuff, you really break down a family. And then that's the U.S. I can't even be saying this. All right, look, but don't listen to me. Just look at it. It's there in plain sight. When we left Afghanistan in shame, the first thing the Taliban did? They burnt down them women's school. Because if you look at their society was formulating their women to be wives and mothers. U.S. gonna come in with the Western civilization mentality and take that down and tear that down. So the thing is that we can talk all we want to about trying to fix a problem, but you know what? The battlefield we live into the U.S., with the laws, with everything else, we just talking. It would never be solved, because
Western women are way too far gone, though, right? They way too far gone to be on the level of, Middle Eastern women and Eastern culture. There's no way to get Western culture women to become wives in a generation. That would take, I think it took 60 years to get in there. It's going to take 60 to get it out. You're talking about your grandchildren.
But guess what, though? That grandma was there. If you want to keep it funky, if you over 50 or you 40 in your 40s, your grandma was in that system. Your grandma, is my math right? Or your great grandma was in that. She lived that lifestyle. She understand that. And then this is not far gone. We're not far gone. You know what I'm saying? It's people still living today that understand and saw how it was in the 60s. But can I get a modern woman to talk to them to tell them the benefits of that? No, they bosses. What? You gonna tell me? You know what I'm saying? Go look at Thursday night show. You can't tell me nothing.
Period, Pooh.
Period, Pooh. You hear it. And now we living in that. So the thing is like, and I say again, I do not blame the women. I blame the system. So together, we need to fix the system. Together, it's blueprints all over the world outside of Western civilization. And we ignore it. And you think it's going to get better? You can have all the talks you want to. It's going to constantly get worse, because now the laws is getting worse Every day we wake up, it's a new law passed to keep this system in place.
And let me just say, I know we're gonna being a boss is so as a woman so overrated. It's not what's up. Every day I'm sick and tired of waking up being a real nigga. Got to make decisions. Got to be on defense mode. Got to galvanize. You know, I can definitely say I've robbed my son of a little femininity because I'm always in solution mode. Always got to make decisions. Got to think about invoices and payroll. Like being whatever they think a boss bitch is, being booked and busy. That it ain't it. As a woman, I'm saying it ain't it. And I feel like I'm close to the epitome where I wanted to be in my business. It ain't it.
You know what, Amber, you know what's so funny? What you just made me think about? I like to bake, and I bake from scratch, like everything, right? So people, I would post my cakes and stuff like that on my Instagram, and people started like sending me orders. Like they were like, "Oh, you sell?" I was like, "No." It was like, "Why?" They wanted to buy from me, so I started doing it. Yo, I kid you not. I stopped. And when people ask me why I stopped, I say because this is taking too much time from my family. That was literally why I stopped.
Did it take the joy out of baking too as well, didn't it?
It took the joy out a little bit, but the majority of it was taking too much time from my damn family. And that was a problem for me. And I was like, And my cousin, she got so upset. She was like, "You bake so well and you do so great. You should open a bakery." And this is that. And I told her, I said, "This is not priority for me. Like, this is taking too much time from my family. And right now, like, this can get put on the back burner, not my family." So when I see women like in that boss status and like what you just said, it makes a whole bunch of sense.
All right. So what you guys call it? Boss what?
Boss bitches.
Okay.
All right, Pastor JR.
Yeah. It's okay. It's allowed this Sunday. I'm gonna go ahead and bring on my tier list because anytime you see a woman being a quote unquote boss B, if she got that mouth, tell her simmer down.
You got a tier list.
What are you talking about?
Whenever you see that boss energy, you just tell her simmer down. And if she's standing up, she trying to beat at her chest, you tell her sit down. Sit down. That's how we regulating in 2022. The rest of 2022, simmer down. We get that boss energy and she get up, but sit down. Sit down.
Hey, I want to add one more thing to this piece, and it's quick. I apologize to y'all, but I think it's important for us to understand this. The issue is Amber might get it now. Toya might get it. But if Siobhan don't get it, it's worthless because it's more Siobhan. Now, I'm not saying you, because I'm pretty sure you're the youngest person on the panel out of the women, right? It's more Siobhan's. So we can talk till we blue in the face. If Siobhan don't get it, don't matter. Amber can get it. Toya can get it. Because it's limited amount of us. Got to get it Siobhan's. If we don't get it Siobhan's, we're talking. If we don't get it Siobhan's to think that she needs to be a wife, that her role in life is to be a wife and a mother, if we cannot convince, and I ain't even trying to convince nobody really, I'm just stating the facts. If we can't get Siobhan online or the Siobhans, we're wasting our time. I'm just saying.
Okay. Siobhan, do you think it's a waste of time to try to get you and your peers online? I'm sorry if I cut you off. Repeat my bad. But do you think it's gonna be hard to? Is that gonna be hard to do to get people on board with that kind of message?
Some, yes.
So I'm gonna revert back.
I just also want to throw in there
my tier list real quick, Rio. Again, right. So if you hear one man say simmer down or sit down, we always talk about this community. That's when if you see a man yell that, just look at his direction and notice what's going on. And the women chime in too. Sit down, simmer down. If we do that, the community will be stronger because then at that point we are shaming them. We are bringing shaming tactics back within households, within communities. I don't care if you're in Walmart with Logic. You see a chick buck, you tell her simmer down. All women that's listening to this right now, y'all look in that man's direction and see who he talking to. And your feminine energy is going to exert and is going to say, simmer down right along. So everybody going to be yelling, simmer down, sit down, sit down.
Man, what's wrong with JR today, man? Is this Hey, JR, make sure you put what it said. We're talking to the Siobhans.
I want to put the energy out there.
I feel your message, JR. It's
okay, as long as y'all felt it, man. Simmer down and sit down. Go ahead, Rio. Close us out on this.
I was just going to say, I think I am in majority agreement on bringing women home and whatever that means, right? And that may require bringing the majority of them out of the workforce so that they can be at home. With that, we would also have to accept that some of the luxuries that we like to partake in would then be compromised, and we almost have to pull back. You know, there are things like we have the luxury nowadays, us as men, if we want to get a massage, we can almost 100% of the time, we can go to any massage parlor and say, I want her to give me that massage. The minute there's not too many hers in there, I'm just going to get my massage at the crib. Like there's not, you know what I mean? It's not going to be a lot of things then start to change. When I go to the doctors, I get a physical exam. I typically go for female physicians. I'm gonna keep it real with you. You know what I'm saying? Like now she ain't there no more. That's something that got to change. At the bar, you naturally gravitate to a certain bartender. Even look at bottle girls. I mean, these are things, some of the luxuries that we like to partake in may not even, I might just keep it at the crib tonight. You know what I mean? Because these things are no longer, things start to shift. You know what I mean? And that women will probably like that because your man's at home more. You know what I mean? But there are things that we personally like to partake in where we are partial to women actually providing that service. And when that goes away, there are things that are going to start to change. I do think that there are roles that you guys absolutely need to fulfill. For instance, a midwife, right? I don't necessarily think that those should turn into men doing that, right? But I think the measure of a woman's success should include her being able to operate at home and not just how she operates outside the home. So if in fact you can perform in your motherly duties and your wifely duties and create what women are able to create and only women are able to create at home and still performing what it is that you're skilled at that may be, crucial, midwives, for example, then that's a supernatural woman right there. And some of them do exist. Right.
But you know who did that, Rio?
Who that?
Hoes. It was hoes.
Bruh.
I keep saying, look, I'm telling y'all, man, the research is there. Hoes did a lot of them jobs. It wasn't wives. Wives didn't work. And they lived perfectly. They still had pubs. They still had bar. It was a mixture of hoes and young men. I'm telling, look, it just works out that way. You ain't don't listen to Mr. Logic. Everything I say, I want you to research it and check me. And you'll see hoes work at the pubs and young men. And then them same hoes was used to give young men experiences so they can move on to the next. It's the way it worked out. Look.
So that provides some clarity. There will still be hoes in the workforce.
Young man, y'all gotta stop saying.
Look, we would never look. I'm not saying whole culture would never stop, but it never should be the majority. You should never have a majority of a group hoes. Look at that. Look at Chantel.
Oh, how are we going to solve anything if we're not? I'm just not getting this. Okay, and then Rio came up with a great, idea talking about the wives and doctors who deal with women. Could we possibly discuss maybe instead of saying let's pull all women out of the workforce, which is a fine idea, but may not be 100% realistic, could we say, hey, let's try to teach women how to balance being more feminine at home, being more feminine with your husband, being a true wife, even if you're still working? Could that be a possible solution too?
We can try, but I'm telling you, if you want to go back to the decline, you go back to them 2 dates I gave you. I think it's 1960 or 1964, 1965, whatever the Great Society came out. That was the decline. Look at, and it's shitting on the black culture. That's when you start seeing the decline. And then now, if women saying they want this, like, look, you're not going to remove all women because it's impossible. But what you do is you start recreating this foundation that's destroyed. You know what I'm saying? A wife should be a wife. And she's not going to be a wife if she's working. She's your partner.
All right.
I'm sorry to tell y'all the bad news. Quit y'all job tomorrow and go to that dude's house and say, I'm ready. I bet Siobhan won't do it because the Siobhans ain't going to do that. Siobhan's like, hell, nigga, I'm a boss chick. You ain't finna get me to do that. You got me messed up, period, poo.
If you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef-ING Sundays on the Lapeef Network. I introduced my tier list. I have one as well. Simmer down and sit down. I think you missed it, Hink. So whenever you see somebody getting out of line, the simmer down in particular is when she's getting too loud. Now she's standing up and she bucking. You tell her sit down. That's gonna be the new phrase right there. Okay.
You gotta give us the tone to add with
That
it,
is
y'all.
so funny though.
So
You
this
gotta
is
give
only
us
for
the
the men
tone.
to
You gotta
say
give us
to
the
the
tone. We
women?
gotta say
No.
it.
If a woman notices the man is beginning to hold accountability, then it's gonna be up for the women to come right in, right behind them. And we're gonna and then from that point on, it becomes a shaming tactic because now we identified the behavior, right? And so now it comes to this community because we all talk about this community all the time. We coming together to eliminate that right then and there, nip it in the bud. You see him twerking? Sit down. Sit down. She started to simmer down. Simmer down. Simmer down. Yeah, make sure y'all take notes.
Yeah.
Because in 2022, we bringing tone to our notes now.
I know us, JR. We gotta shame these
Do
hoes.
it though. Y'all not
We
gonna
gotta shame these hoes. Make them feel shame so they can act like ladies.
Look at Hank. Simmer down, Hank. Simmer down. They're gonna hate that shit. Especially if you say it calm. Because if you're talking to a woman, you ever see a woman just going crazy? And if you used to match that energy, try just simmer down. Simmer down. Simmer down. That's all you got to say. Don't even say nothing else back. The power.
It'd be the look though.
Huh? It'd be the look.
It'd be the look. Like you ain't even gotta say sit down. It's just be like.
Do it again, Siobhan.
Hey.
Oh, okay.
Siobhan got that look a few times, I guess.
You know what?
Look at Hank shaming already.
You gotta get the party started, JR.
Sit down. I hear you. I hear you.
Hey, I bet Siobhan have, if we start issuing out chains, Siobhan have about 10 chains.
Dang.
I hate you so much, Logic.
Hey, we're gonna go ahead and get through these super
Stop,
chats.
Logic.
Hey, Amber Toya, y'all want to read these super chats?
Where's my glasses?
Uh-oh, showing that age.
Shut up.
Where's my glasses? Where's my glasses? I can't see. Where's my glasses?
I'm sorry, I'm on one today. It's almost ATL, baby. I can't wait.
I don't have my glasses.
Yeah, we're gonna do some shaming in the audience. So if you're sitting
I
in
can read it.
VIP,
Yeah.
you're gonna get shamed. I'm tell you that right now.
Hopefully my computer don't go out on me.
Yeah, I think you must got a delay. Can you see that, Miss Toy?
Yeah, I have a delay, y'all.
I don't know what you got going on. Just the matrix
Okay,
/ delay.
Let me see.
We're gonna
BZF.
on the internet. We're gonna say a special prayer at the end of this broadcast.
Yeah, like,
Internet.
I do all
I think that needs a special prayer. We might
Wait, somebody else read it because my internet might trip on me, y'all.
BZF. Wishing all a good Sunday afternoon. Shout out to Toya. She's fit, feminine, and friendly, and also has style, personality, and has a good sense of humor. The Will. If I'm not married to you, I don't owe you ish. No, you don't. Ricky Williams Boxing. It's the woman offering up their greatest currency before exclusivity has been established. When you gonna figure it out? Gary Grant, this is a PSA for the men and women. Men are keys and women are locks. A key that can open many locks is a master key. A lock that can be opened by many keys is a bad lock. Keep doing what you do, Lapeef. Will. I agree with logic and principle, but is the U.S. economy realistically set up to remove women from the workforce? Will. Yes, Miss Toya, mentally, emotionally, maturity-wise, a lot of our people are still in high school, arrested development like a mofo. Black Tinkerbell. BW have always had to work, or black women, sorry, have always had to work. We were maids, cooks, nurse aides. We have never been kept. This is some fantasy stuff, not true history. Church of Toxic Masculinity. If a woman don't feel you, she gonna peel you. If she don't respect you, she gonna reject you. If she don't listen, she can't be corrected or directed. Okay. Tan. Y'all spot on today. Siobhan, these older women to surround yourself with problem solvers. Nurse Fancy Siobhan, love you, girl. Will, Siobhan, whatever lighting you're using is on point. You that Sunday glow for real. Thank you.
Ow.
Jay Villa, the realist. The ladies on the panel looking real sexy today. Thank you.
Ow.
Shout out to the ladies on the panel for looking lovely.
Thank you.
Showing up and showing out.
Wait till Atlanta, baby. Go ahead.
Hey, ladies, y'all wait till Atlanta because the men are going to be looking good. We're going to dress to impress as cocktail attire. So you get a chance to see the men like you've never seen them before. So shout out to all the men, man. I look forward to you guys showing up and showing out as well. Just keep the show moving. Oh, it's almost time for the meat. And we know the ladies like the meat.
Ow.
I heard y'all. Let's go ahead and play this.
I don't like the fact that if my man on some other female page cackling and liking pictures when I don't never see you on my motherfucking page. I don't play that. I'm just saying. Why? I'm just saying. If ain't nothing to this shit, why I don't see you on my shit? Cause you clearly following me, nigga. You following me, and it's days, months, years, and years and years. I mean, just think about it, ladies. I would get offended too. If I see my man, I don't care nothing about no cousin, cause they fucking they cousins now.
See, I can believe that. My whole thing was,
why you not on my page?
My whole thing with it was, why did you feel the need to?
Period, Pooh. All right.
Yes.
So,
I have a lot to say about that.
Can I get a definition? Can I get a definition on cackle?
Let me say this real fast, though, Rio.
Okay, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Man, the reason why these dudes ain't on your page because you act and talk like a man, and if they ain't gay, they don't like your shit.
Oh man.
God, damn, y'all need to stand down. Simmer down, heifers. Simmer down. Go ahead, Rio.
So here's the thing.
I'm sorry, Siobhan. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, what in the world?
Oh, wow.
Oh my God.
I thought I was in a barbershop, not the beauty salon. Wait,
oh wow. Jesus. Whoa, child. Okay, go ahead.
Hyena, somebody said in the chat, the hyena.
Yeah, they mount up.
Listen, JR got all the chat ninjas yelling simmer down in the chat.
Simmer down.
Now I'm about to simmer down.
Go ahead, Siobhan. I'm curious on what you got. You said you had a lot to say. I'm curious on what.
Yes. So first of all, I feel like social media is just, first of all, so bad for relationships. It really, truly is. And I think that if if him and I are really having an argument about him laughing or like the emojis and stuff like that, listen, my man can go under any post, like it, put a message. I really don't care. Let me tell you something. I'm holding it down at home, and he's not going to even do that. So if we're arguing about that, and that's something like that's more of an insecurity than anything. Now, if you're being plain out disrespectful, that's a whole nother thing. But that's not even something that we should even be talking about at home. Like, do your business, understand that you respect me, I respect you, and it's just going to be just full out. That's just what it is. That's not something that we even need to talk about because it should be known in general.
All right.
I mean, I'm still laughing at the cackling, but so you mean it? So if your man is under like a girl he went to school with years ago, let's say, she be putting stuff up, and he always managed to comment on something that she says, just a joke, whatever it is, or somebody put a picture up, and he's like, "Oh, you look good," but then you put a picture up, and he consistently never says nothing under your page ever.
That's never going to happen. Not over here, it won't.
Oh, okay. So then you would expect it then. So you would have an issue. If he did do that, that would be an issue then.
Because that's what they're talking about.
That wouldn't happen, and then it did happen. That's a deal breaker for you, kind of.
Maybe. I think for them, yes.
No, I'm talking about for you. For you, is that a deal breaker? He commenting under his friends, you know what I mean? These ain't women he done got with, but these are people he knows. And then you comment on something, and your comment section just dry when it comes to him. You saying that you letting that slide because you holding down the crib, so you ain't even tripping off that. Or are you going to be like, oh, so you under they pages telling jokes back and forth, having a good old time, but I say something and you ain't nowhere to be found. You just letting that slide?
No, it would be a conversation for sure, but it's not yelling worthy. No.
So if he say, well, it's just what it is, just Instagram. Why are you even tripping on that? See, that's why we get into it now. If he take it there, you just letting it go?
No, I'm not letting it go. That's gonna be a whole conversation because I feel like there's like a little bit of disrespect in that conversation. Like you're not taking my feelings into consideration because I'm being considerate about me and my posts and how I am and this and that. But I mean, for me personally in my relationship, like social media really just isn't a thing. Like that's not something that I'm arguing about because I'm with you in person. I'm trying to figure out who you are, what you're about. And if I'm with you and we are committed and we like each other and we're doing what we need to do, then I'm not going to question you unless you give me a reason to question you. Yeah.
All right.
Hey, sound like Siobhan needed to be the fourth lady in that room.
Whoa. Hey.
Damn.
Simmer down, baby. Simmer down.
Damn, he didn't even say anything that bad.
He hit it with the simmer down real quick.
It's all love, baby. It's all love.
I know Hank is fine.
All right, go ahead, Miss Amber. I think you want to come off the ones and twos.
Perception. So I have clients who are married men. And when I've been managing their image and everything like that, especially if they're running for office or anything like that and they have a family, I tell them, especially with social media, like with your eyes, do not like with your fingers. Because if you are a married man of the cloth, a married man of prestige, if everybody can see when if you follow each other, you can see who's liking what. And if that married man is liking like a lot of attractive women's post, it gives off a negative perception. I just want to get that out the way. Social media is here. Liking somebody's photo or especially putting heart eyes or emojis can be perceived in any different way. That's why I believe, even though it sounds minutia, this is social media has literally broken up stable relationships. So I think that's just another conversation that needs to be had. How do you feel about liking men's posts? How do I feel about you liking women's posts? Is there a line that shouldn't be crossed? Do not be in somebody's DMs or don't leave heart eye emojis. It's just a conversation that needs to be had, no matter how minutia you feel it is. It has literally broken up relationships when it could be just easily diffused by a conversation prior.
Okay. All right, Miss Chanel, want to chime in? Anything?
Well, I think most women wouldn't like their husbands liking, other women's pictures, or especially if they're like, half naked or something like that. So that's something that you should talk to with your husband about. And for me, in my household, we're Christian, so we already know once you lust with your eyes, you're already committing adultery. So when we keep that in mind, we move forward with that mindset. But I know a lot of people don't think that way. I think it really just comes down to communication with your spouse or your boyfriend or girlfriend. What is acceptable and what is not acceptable. Now, if it's like, someone sharing memes or, funny posts or whatever, that's fine. Like my husband, he doesn't like my funny posts because he doesn't think I'm funny, but but that's fine. But I don't think it's appropriate for a taken man or a taken woman to be liking and posting under scantily clad individuals. But if it's something innocent, like I really don't think it's an issue.
When you say something innocent, like what's considered innocent? Just
like a post about anything.
What I said, does it depend on what she's wearing, like what kind of post it is?
Well, I mean, if it's pictures, I think that's when it can get into like murky waters. But if it's like a conversation, like maybe a discussion like what we're having right now, it's fine for you to chime in with your opinion or like or whatever. But if it's something in sexual nature, if it's something where the woman is not wearing anything, I think that's when it starts to get inappropriate. And that's when your husband or boyfriend should have that conversation. What is appropriate behavior online?
So Chanel, let's say a married man likes a woman, like say if a woman, she's a beautiful woman, but one of her posts she posts of you while she's on vacation or post her food. Will it be okay for that taken or married man to like that photo? If he skips all over the other photos, but if she's posting food photos or with her kids, is he okay to like that?
I personally wouldn't have a problem with it, but I know some women would. But it just depends. I think it's more nuanced, but I think it just depends on what the post is and who the woman is and what conversation you've had in the past.
But you know what, you guys, it's also another thing too. Like, how do y'all really know like what y'all man is really liking and what they're not liking? You see what I mean? How do you really truly know?
They're stalking.
Yeah, like I mean, honestly, like I'm on my phone, like I'm on Instagram, I'm on Facebook, like a little bit, but at the end of the day, like I have other things that I'm doing. And like when I'm dating somebody and I'm with someone, like that's not the forefront of my mind. It's just not. It's not. I'm not like, okay, my man, if I gotta worry about you, then I don't need to talk to you. Period. It's just pointless. What am I talking to you for if I'm worried? What am I worried for?
I got a question.
You feel there's a
We are
conversation.
too beautiful. All of us on this panel, we're too beautiful to be worried about what these men are doing. But if I really like you and I really care about you, yeah, I will hold you accountable for a couple of things, yes. But how many of us are not liking like the Michael B. Jordans? And when he got into like he broke up, how many of us really went to the DMs like, I'm so sad. I'm so sad that you're going through that. It's like, come on, like this really be serious.
I got a question for Chanel and Toya. If your husbands were invited by the fellas to go out to the strip club, do they have to have a conversation with you? Would it require permission?
Well, honestly, my husband don't go to strip clubs.
I'm just saying hypothetically.
If it was like if it was for like bachelor, something like that, bachelor.
No, his buddies just say, "Hey, we're going to the strip club. We have a couple drinks. We have some fun tonight."
Oh, I mean that wouldn't bother me.
What about you?
Like, honestly, that would not bother me. That's what I was about to say. Like to what Siobhan was saying, like it comes down to trust. I don't go through, like I don't go through my husband's phone. The way Instagram is set up, anybody that you're following, if they like something or comment on something that you come across, you're going to see it. But I think in this situation, it comes down to disrespect, because if I'm your woman, you never comment on any of my stuff, but I see you persistently comment on something for another woman like that. Come on, it don't look right. It doesn't.
Yeah.
What about you, Chanel?
would bother me that, you know, he would go. Well, in reality, he would talk to me first. But in the hypothetical situation,
Do you require that he talks to you?
Well, I don't think I would require him to talk to me because I can't, you know, force him to do anything.
Oh, really?
Would you make it Chanel, be honest, would you make it uncomfortable if he said, me and the fellas is going out to the strip club tonight?
Yeah, I would make it uncomfortable for him. I would, because I'm being honest, because that is so different from his character, but also it's inappropriate. Now I trust him. I know he's not going to do anything crazy, but it's just so wild of behavior of him that I would be like I'm going to see that. Like, this is crazy. It's uncomfortable. Yeah.
Because I'm just, the reason why I asked that question is there are some wives who are perfectly comfortable with every so often their husbands going to the strip club.
No, we're going together. We're going together.
Wait,
She's gonna be dancing on us both, and I'm gonna be in front, and she gonna be in front of me.
See, but Siobhan, you weren't invited.
I was gonna say we didn't invite you.
Asked him.
No, King Rio, I know he dropped off, but yeah.
Let your man go to the strip club because when he gets home, he's going to take it all out on you in a good way. Let that man have a good time.
But I think that was a good point. We gotta recognize when the fellas invite him somewhere, that doesn't mean you have an automatic invitation.
No,
the fellas invited him to the strip club, not you, Siobhan. That's the thing.
No, I'm cool. I'm cool with him going to the strip club, but like you don't even gotta go to the strip club. We can do that at home. Okay.
It sounds like I told you comfortable a little bit. See, that's what I'm saying. Like
y'all really missed the point of what Siobhan said and the whole purpose of that video.
She's a full chick, man.
No, she's not full of shit. She's being real.
No, I said she's full of shit.
I really am.
I said she's a full chick on the panel. She's a full chick on that show.
The whole purpose of that post was showing you the impact of social media over reality. When Siobhan said she can get in Michael B. Jordan's DMs, you just say, I hope you're doing okay, boo. You know what I'm saying? That show, and wait, hold up. I literally just said this on Thursday's show. It's the impact, the destruction of social media, that they don't understand the reality, that it's not real. But guess what? It gives them that sense that, you know what? Now think about it. Like that girl tripping that somebody hearted a picture on the internet. It's crazy. But not talking about what occurs in reality. What about reality? We ignore reality and we're controlled by social media, that we feel we can be connected to everybody anytime. We feel like we Michael B. Jordan #1 fan, right, Siobhan? Did you really hit that nigga DMs up?
I did, and my friends did too. I did. Like, I'm so sorry your life is in the spotlight.
Talk your talk, Siobhan. I know that's right.
And you know what? And it proves my other point I said today. We're not worried about the Ambers, the Toyas. We got to talk to the Siobhans.
These hoes are entitled.
Honest though, because
these hoes are entitled. They are entitled hoes, and ain't nothing you can do about it.
We are going to protect Siobhan.
That will literally lie and do it. I had a really close home girl of mine, and she was like, she came down and we were hanging out and we had brunch and this and that, and she was like, sis, I did the same shit. So we were like comparing that shit. I was like, okay, sis, like that's what we doing, okay. But I could do that though. I could do that, you know, in that moment, because, you know, first of all, don't have a man, you know, like it's not being disrespectful at that time. Like it was like, when was that? A month or two ago? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like,
listen,
you're willing.
first of all, I love Siobhan's honesty. We are going to protect you at all costs. I love the fact that she is not afraid to say whatever and be herself authentically. And she's open to feedback and above correction. So we're going to protect you at all costs, Siobhan. We're going to grab you up a little bit.
I appreciate
that. But we're going to protect you at all costs because we love your honesty.
Yeah, we're gonna protect you, but I need to understand, why did you feel the need to be short and DM?
You know what? I'm gonna just be 100% honest.
Like they entitled, baby.
No, wait, before you answer her question, right? Hey, hold on. Before you answer her question, Toya and Amber, can you just say after me, Mr. Logic, you was right?
Logic. Hey, Logic, I said this a couple weeks ago on the Sunday show, though.
Mr. Logic.
I said this a couple weeks ago on the Sunday show. They rather live a lie than hear the truth. And they live in a goddamn lie on a regular basis. So
I want to see, because look, when I said that on Thursday, and I've been saying it for a while about the difference between reality and social media, and I get a lot of pushback. But I want to see, can Miss Toya, ma'am, and Miss Amber and Miss Chanel, can y'all in unison say, Mr. Logic, you was right? That's all I want to hear.
1, 2, 3.
Hold on, I'm waiting for them to unmute. I'm ready. I'm waiting for them to
One.
Mr. Logic, you were right. Okay,
Right.
he was right.
No,
You
we
were
can't
right.
Whoa, what's your fun? Why did you do that?
You hear me?
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. We're gonna get Ricky in there.
It's on
you. What up, Rick?
What's happening? Can y'all hear me okay?
We can hear you. Ricky Williams to the show.
What's happening?
Time to turn up.
What's happening?
Let's go back to this Instagram shit.
Oh shit.
Right? Where did it become that you giving somebody a hard eyes or a fire emoji become cheating? Where did that interpretation come from? It came from women, because when y'all talking to dudes, that's what y'all want them to interpret that bullshit as. Ooh, girl, I sent him some fire emojis, girl. Ooh, shit, he fine. Maybe he'll hit me back. That shit don't apply. You know, when a man trying to fuck you in the DMs, he gonna send you a DM saying, I'm trying to fuck. That shit is not real. Right? Like, what part of the game is that? Where do y'all get this shit from? That shit's stupid as hell. It's childish. And y'all know what I say about y'all being childish. Right? That's what the teenagers in the 8th graders doing shit. Ooh, girl, you know what? I sent him wild. You know, I liked his picture. Y'all, how old are y'all? How the fuck old are y'all? Men show their intentions not with no goddamn emojis. Ooh, eye emojis. No. What's up, shorty? I'm trying to get at you. What's happening? Hit my line. Pull up. Send me a low. Y'all, like, what the fuck? Like, as a woman, why does that even bother you? It don't bother that my girl would send some dude a heart emoji or like his picture. What? Y'all weird in these streets. Y'all supposed to be adults. But y'all grill y'all man. Why you liking this big pic? Why you liking that big pictures? Who the hell? You ain't liking my pictures. What I gotta like your pictures for when I'm giving you this thing every night? Every night I'm not sparing a rod on you. It's stupid. Worry about your man when it's another woman pulling up on his line. When it's another woman at your doorstep talking about this my man now. That's when you worry about it. Just like Logic said, that shit's not real, bro. It's not real. It's social media. Social media.
But you know what, Ricky? Here's the thing, though. It's like I'm being open and honest about what I did, because I could literally show y'all the stuff. I'm not going to, but I do have receipts, right? But what I am saying is that there's a lot of women that can sit here and say, oh, I didn't do that. And they're lying. They're legit lying. I'm just open and candid about what I did and how I did that. You see what I'm saying? A lot of women aren't going to do that. Let me tell you something. If I did it and you ask me, I'm going to tell you right in your face. Now, I don't want to hurt your feelings. I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be mean. I really don't want to be rude. And I don't want to be disrespectful to anybody that I'm talking to. But let me tell you something. If I'm sending a DM to somebody like that, trust and believe I'm not talking to anybody. I'm not going to disrespect anybody that I'm talking to, period.
No, I don't think that's his point, Siobhan. The point is first off, ain't nobody trying to shame you for what you do. Look, niggas do stupid stuff all day. We're not trying to shame it, but we just really trying to bridge that gap of what's real and what's fake. The thing is that the social media thing, like you hint up, what's the dude name? Michael B. Jordan, right? You know what I'm saying? It's a sense of reality to you, but it's really fake. You know what I'm saying? To him, it's fake. He'll never see it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And the whole heart thing on the girl picture is fake. But that's when social media is overpowering us to, like when I was talking earlier, that women think they deserve what they see on social media instead of what they see outside their doors. So now they get to the point where they started trying to force the men outside their doors to be who they see on social media. And we wonder why in our cities we got an insurgent of crime, all that. I'm telling you, y'all might think I'm crazy, but
I don't think you're crazy for saying that.
No, I'm just.
I don't think you're crazy.
I'm gonna wrap it up. This is what I'm saying though, because this is important. If women was to leave the face of the earth, millions of men would go to the goddamn skyscrapers and start jumping out. Because what's the purpose of living anymore? Women don't understand that importance, but then at the end of the day, you still got to realize that, hey, reality we should live in. Social media is messing our mentality up. It's messing our women mentality up that you work at Waffle House and think you deserve a basketball player. No. Like I said, it's so many things I say, and if you piece it all together, you probably can fix it. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no Waffle House workers. Take your ass home. Let a nigga come over there and pick you up. But look, I'm not shaming you. It's just funny because it's stuff that I say a lot that people say, Logic, you're lying. You talking about Walmart chicks. Siobhan far from a Walmart chick. But guess what? Same thing applies. Lawyer chicks too. They the worst. Executive chicks, they probably was in Michael B. Jordan inbox because now they think they deserve him even more. That's all I'm saying.
All right, I want to chime in on this a little bit too, because I'm one of them people that hate that people put so much emphasis up on social media. Social media is just a tool. It gives us access to another world that we probably wouldn't never seen without social media. So whether you're a man or a woman, if you're gonna cheat, you're gonna cheat regardless. You don't need social media to cheat. If your man is hardened, at least he knows you can see it, right? Like you would be a damn fool if you sit there to think that as many fine women that walk by, that your man ain't thinking something in his head. Same thing with the woman. There's probably been times because we are humans. Like it's in our nature to be attracted to other people. You just respect who you with when you with them. But a man or a woman doesn't need social media to be able to cheat. It's not a guarantee. But if a man is open and honest and say, I like fine women. You know, I know some couples that may look at a woman and say, oh, she do look good. But it doesn't mean that he's going to be disrespectful. So if you know your man at the end of the day, or you know your woman, then you shouldn't have any concern. Just like Siobhan said earlier, if you're that worried about every little thing, you got it's going to be a long road for you and him, because that's an insecurity. And we often talk about men and women being insecure. I talk to men too. If you're so concerned about what that woman do, you're going to stress yourself out. You can't focus on every other aspect of your life because you're concerned about what she doing, who she with. Let her go. If you made a mistake, you just made a mistake. But I'd rather put her out there up in the trenches, right? You're not throwing her out there, right? But you just want her to be her. Peep how she navigate. And if you see something that just seemed odd or a red flag and you missed it early on, at least you know. But let her go do her, because you shouldn't have to question a woman or a man whether they're loyal to you. He should be able to go anywhere he want, and with the understanding, knowing that I ain't worried about it because I know he know where home is. I'm not concerned about like the little things. But if you're watching that, that means that you ain't doing the other duties that you're supposed to be doing, like holding down the household. So that's just my thoughts on it. I mean, social media is just a tool, and we can't get sucked in. It's a lot of things that they're going to put out there. They're trying to put the metaverse out there. Like, you're doing exactly what they intended social media to be. They want to control your mind. They want to control how you move. They want you to depend on it. The first thing that most of us do is we do wake up and look at our phones. And us as content creators, you know, we're looking to see what's going on. So everybody has a piece in it. But I think it's important for you to realize what it is. I don't have to put every single thing on social media. Like, people are confessing their pain through social media, their happiness, everything entails like social media. If you're not monetizing off of it, then they using you. If you're going to use it, understand how it could benefit you, how it can push you forward. At least get something from it. Same thing like with credit cards. Like, don't let credit cards use you. Use the credit cards. If you're gonna spend some money, then at least have a good ass credit card that's gonna give you some money back, gonna give you some flying miles, gonna give you something in return. Don't just be spending money just to be spending money. Spend it on a card, pay it right back. Shit, pay it right back at the end of the month. But at least you're being smart about how you navigate through it. Treat social media the same way.
Hey, Jay, I got one thing to add. Since we already got sundresses, we got wife beaters. I'm now finna bring the Lapeef scarlet letter chains. So you know what I'm saying? We got scarlet letter for these hoes.
Oh my God.
All right, y'all. I know I went on a rant, but go ahead. Anybody else want to?
Yeah. I wanted to say this, right? So when it comes to social media, like, and I'm gonna put this out here. I follow Amber. I follow Amber. I follow Toya. I follow Kelly Couture, and I heart they shit all the time, right? But like I said, man, if a person is after you, they gonna make their intentions known. But I ain't disrespectful. You see what I'm saying? Like, so women, stop putting so much fucking weight on that shit, man. Like, yo, man, to be honest, if he really trying to fuck around, he ain't gonna be on no fucking social media anyway. Right? Everything you gonna go, it ain't gonna be nothing in his phone for you to follow. Right? So stop putting so much weight. It's just stupid. That's just so stupid to me. Honestly, so many relationships, he was hearting a woman pictures. What's wrong with you?
Hey, Ricky, and I'm quite sure I know the answer, but just for women who feel like the women in the video, have you and your wife ever had any discussion, any dispute, anything regarding, because you show all of us support on social media, and I'm quite sure your wife never brought that up to you.
No,
so what's the foundation in your relationship that a woman should look for, so this is not even an issue?
No, I mean, you should be talking to your partner. You see what I'm saying? Y'all should be communicating. Like, my wife know me. You see what I'm saying? Like, I keep trying to tell y'all, this is me now. I wasn't the guy I was. I ain't always been the guy that I put out here on you. I'm not ashamed to say that. You see what I'm saying? But I'm not the type to sit up there and try to sneak behind nobody back. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. You see what I'm saying? And that's what y'all don't understand about y'all men in general, right? If y'all paying attention, like, what killed me is this, right? Y'all be, not y'all, but women in general, right? The real reason why y'all surprised, because the truth is y'all more into y'allself and y'all friends than y'all was into y'all man. Because if you follow your man and you really with your man, you gonna notice the difference in attitude changes, movements, habits. You know what I'm saying? You gonna see that your man moving different. But then y'all want to blame, well, I went through his phone and finally found out you wasn't paying attention in the first place. You wasn't paying attention in the first place. And like I said before, the reason why people trip is because you really know when it comes down to it, is that you wasn't doing your part in the relationship. It was something you was lacking that you was slipping up on, that you either wasn't doing or you wasn't paying attention to. And because you wasn't giving your all, you know what I'm saying? That then you look up and you be like, man, I was slipping. You know what I'm saying? So at that point, you like, oh, I didn't see this and that. But again, it ain't never no accountability from both sides. I'm gonna say 90% of the time, there's no accountability. So it's like, oh, you did it. No, you should have been doing your job as a mate.
I think one of the things too to acknowledge is she's saying She's expressing jealous emotions in a very masculine way, but about him liking other people's posts. But not just that, but about the fact that he's not liking hers. And that's what she's feeling insecure about. What she's not willing to say is that she's insecure about the fact that she doesn't actually know if he likes her in real life. I mean, this whole energy that she's coming with, then she may have some insecurities. I mean, you know, that there's a lot that may turn off a man about what we've seen in that video. So what is their normal interaction? You know what I mean? Does she have some physical insecurities in comparison to the people whose post he's actually liking, right? And let's get to the bottom of that, really, because ultimately it doesn't matter what he's doing on social media. Hell, he can create another page so you don't have to see it. If he doesn't like you in real life, that's your bigger problem. If you're insecure about your appearance, that's your bigger problem. Social media didn't create insecurity. Sometimes it exposes it. You know what I mean? And we
amplifies it. And
amplifies it, right? And so we got to be cognizant of what's really going on here. Her real problem is she's insecure. She doesn't know if he likes her in real life based on these insecurities and whatever the quality relationship that they have. And then she's a little bit jealous about the post that he is liking. She knows why he liked them. You know what I mean? And so if we really break it down, we know what her problem really is. And it ain't just going to be solved by him not liking those pictures.
There's a lot of women that are beautiful that feels like her, Rio. And so I'm glad we're having this conversation, because just that even a beautiful woman, a lot of extremely beautiful women are actually the most insecure. You know, she could be getting likes and attention from a lot of guys, but if she feels like she's not getting it from her guy, that's a serious conversation and is more internal than just social media.
She could be flawless in our eyes, but an insecure woman will still find things about herself that's unattractive. It doesn't matter if we believe that she's beautiful, that she's flawless, all these things. If she doesn't believe it, it's all the same. You know what I mean?
And I think with women too, what happens is women want a certain amount of attention from their man. So it was almost like her cry out for help, like, you're giving them attention, but you're not giving me attention. I mean, for me, Instagram is not that deep. It's really not. And I trust my husband. So I already know what type of husband. I already know my husband, right? He's an ass man. So for me to think that he not out in these streets and a girl with like ass pass and he not gonna look, I will be fooling myself the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm very secure within myself. I'm very secure within this 40-inch ass that I'm carrying around as well. So I would never ever feel like if he sees something else, like he's not gonna look. I'm a woman. I see handsome men all the time. It's a difference when you're looking or when you're trying to feed into that person. It's the difference between a glance and a stare. Because if you glancing at somebody, they don't even see you looking. But if you staring, I'm waiting for you to look back so I can communicate with you through eyes. So that's the difference. And I think what people don't understand is a lot of people use that tool as a way to communicate with people. Like, you know, communicating without communicating. So, you just have to be careful. You have to communicate with your significant other, because that's why I say, like, we talked about this before when Ricky was on one of the Thursday panels, and I said, with me being a wife, you know, even things that I post on social media is a reflection of my husband. So the way I dress, the things I post, you know, if I go on a beach, am I going to turn around and be like, hey, look at me? No.
Toya, why did you just say you have a 40-inch ass? The chat is on fire.
Hey, but did y'all see that confidence she delivered? You know what I mean? Like,
I'm just saying, you know,
right now, Toya.
I'm sorry, but I mean, I'm just being honest. You know, you see what I'm saying?
I want to say this though, because we have a tendency to do this, and us as older people, we got to stop. We talk around the issue. The issue is that the reason she's insecure is because she live in a hoe culture. She's insecure because it's a lot of hoes out there, and she probably a hoe too, so she know how hoes gonna move. The thing is, what's the opposite of a hoe? A wife, right? So the only way you can fix this is have a wife culture. So now you don't got strags out there in the masses like it is now. The reason she's so insecure is because a majority of our culture is hoe culture. And now guess what? Hoes want to do what? Fuck. So now by you hardening somebody's shit, well, it shouldn't be nothing, but it's only something because we live in a whole culture. It's something because now if you harden the whole picture, then guess what? What you want to do? Take that hoe out to eat, or you want to smash? It's a whole culture. And we can all talk around it, and we're going to go all the way back to the drawing board because we're trying to get past the point that we live in a fucking hoe culture, and the majority of our women are hoes. So now, and yeah, get mad at it if you want to. A majority of our women are hoes.
Talking about.
And guess what? Now, by a simple heart on a whole picture, yeah, he shouldn't hard the picture. Because why would you hard a whole picture? That let a hoe know that you like you want to fuck. That's what you do to hoes. You hard their picture, you try to get their attention so you can fuck. You don't want to marry them. Get rid of the hoes. But we'll never talk about getting rid of the hoes. We'll never acknowledge that a majority of our women are hoes.
No, don't say majority, because majority of the women are not.
A majority are. A majority are. Because if it wasn't the majority, no, hold on, Siobhan, because if it wasn't the majority, we wouldn't be having the issues we have in as far as relationships.
If it was the majority, you wouldn't be married.
What is you talking about? So how many of y'all married? How many black women are married?
It's a lot of women. There's a lot of black women that are married.
Right, on the panel. We talking about in the world, in America, the Western society.
Let me tell you something. I'm not married by choice. Okay?
Yeah, we know. Ain't honey. Whenever you not married, no, stop. It's never you, right? It's never you, right?
You said,
well, next lady, right?
Let me tell you something. I'm the first lady. Thank you.
Don't let her get away with that, Ricky.
Man, I told you.
Think about what she just
said. Hold on, Logic.
Like I said,
she should have been the fourth person on that panel. She should have been up there with that masculine talking.
We're better than that. Let me tell you something.
Keep lying to these hoes. Keep lying to these hoes.
I ain't know.
They don't want to live the truth. That's a lie.
I'm gonna tell you something.
Live your life.
Certain women have
live your life, baby.
Their opinions on how they feel about things. Let me tell you something. I'm not going to dumb down how I feel just because
I know that's right.
people are hoes. Like,
live your life.
No, but listen,
life.
This is no shot, right? You in my city. You know you my dog. I fucks with you.
I fuck with you too.
And I'll only tell you the truth. A woman purpose. What is a woman purpose?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out now because y'all trying to tell me otherwise.
Wait. Now just say if most of the women that's older will agree a woman purpose is to be a wife and a mother, right?
Okay.
When you're telling me and you're saying it comfortably that you're single by choice, that means it's men out here that want to marry you, correct?
Correct.
That's showing you that we live in a hoe culture. Not saying you're a hoe, but I'm saying the culture we live in will have you say stuff like that. That I can be married tomorrow if I wanted to, Mr. Logic. I'm choosing not to. I'm choosing to be Cardi B. I'm choosing to be Meg Thee Stallion. I'm choosing to exist in a hoe culture instead of, but I guarantee you this, if we had a wife culture, you would never say that. You would have jumped on it and got married already.
But let me tell you something. There's a certain
lies. And
no, but
you can't jump these lines in these hoes.
Go ahead, Siobhan.
Go ahead, Hank. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, keep living a lie. And y'all dudes keep lying to these hoes.
Let
And
me tell
we'll
you
all be right.
So I gotta cut you off right there, okay? I didn't even want to let you finish. Because Hank, you've been at my throat all night. But I'm gonna tell you this now, right? We don't want to be single. We don't want to be single. But at the end of the day, when some of us get proposed to, okay, it don't be the right man, okay? And I'm not gonna say yes to a man that doesn't respect me, that doesn't love me, that doesn't do what he needs to do. No, I'm not doing that. No.
Then if
No,
he's
but
not the right man, how do you stay there
so
long enough to propose to
I'm not
you?
gonna say yes.
Can I go after Ricky? Can I go?
Hold on, Siobhan, because
I want to go after Ricky.
I think Hank had an important question. Go ahead, Hank. What was that question you just asked?
How did he stay around long enough to propose to you if he wasn't the right man?
Right. So it comes down. It comes down to our women vetting properly as well.
You got to date with purpose.
Can I go after Ricky? Ricky had his hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Ricky.
And let me say this, Siobhan, and no disrespect. I mean, no disrespect, but I'm about to hip you, right? When I say stuff, I know I say things for a specific reason. And I clarify. I say most. I say the majority. Why do you feel you fall in the majority?
I hear you.
I think that was a question.
That was a question. I don't particularly feel that I am in the majority. I just felt like there are times where, like, yeah, I could have been married, but like it wasn't right. Like it didn't feel right to me. Like it just didn't. And I was so young. I've gotten proposed to twice before I was even 21, before I even had my daughter, and it wasn't right.
Okay, now great. But I need you to listen. I don't have my soundboard. I'm in the wonderful state of Tennessee right now, right? But I need you to listen, right?
Did you hear
So
what
when people come up on these panels, right, and you look in the chat, what these women say, a particular type of woman, right? Why don't y'all talk about the F-boys? You know why? Because I don't relate. I'm talking from the standpoint of a man that take care of his family. A man that's willing to sacrifice his time and his life for his wife and his children. I don't relate. Why do you relate?
I don't relate. That's what
So why do you address it?
I address it because there's a lot of women that think that they don't deserve that one. And
are you a lot of women, or are you Siobhan?
Huh?
Are you a lot of women, or are you Siobhan?
No, I'm Siobhan, one and only.
Thank you. Let's start acting that way then.
I got you.
Okay.
Hold on. Before you say that, before you talk, Amber, I just want to say this too. Like the one thing that I could appreciate about Siobhan, and I'm pretty sure the gentleman can back us up, is that she always says she's willing to learn. You know, there are a lot of women that we talk to and we had these conversations. They always giving pushback. Always giving pushback. Now, Siobhan did give some pushback to certain things, but if you explain it to them clearly, or you make sure that there's an understanding before the conversation is done, then that's how we can start growing and start teaching and start learning these women, especially if we got the experience, right? But it's all about how you approach them, how you talk, how you explain yourself. There are some women that are willing to listen, but in my honest opinion, I believe that Siobhan comes up in good faith when we have these conversations. I don't think that maybe some things she just don't know. Maybe she fucked up a few times. I mean, we all fucked up, right? But the important part is making sure you can grasp it now, because we can't go back and turn the hands of time. So I just appreciate you being able to listen and be able to be able to receive the message. So women, I'm only saying that because I think a lot of women need to take notes.
Thank you.
And it's no disrespect, Siobhan. Believe me, it's no disrespect, right? But I just want women to understand how that shit look. You see what I'm saying? I'm not a man. Like I said, a man, we got to acknowledge what these other dudes are doing, but I'm not going to champion that shit. I'm not going to defend it. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to defend it because there's nothing to defend. Yo, that's messed up. My dude, what's going on? But I can't take accountability and wear that jacket because it's not me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it. I think there's a lot of times where, I mean, I'm a little older now, so I wouldn't have said like, oh, I apologize, or oh, I understand, or this and that. Like that took a lot. Like that took a lot for me personally, because I've always been the type to just be like, no, I don't agree. It is what it is. And no, I said what I said. And I do say, I said what I said. Sometimes it's just not as often as I would, because I am willing to understand and hear the context clues of what's going on in the day to day.
I applaud you for that. Shout out to you.
That's
All right,
called
go ahead,
growth.
Amber. No, you want
Amber.
Siobhan, little sis, you know I love you, right?
I love you too.
So you know you're an absolutely gorgeous woman. I mean, I'm you used to hearing it. There's no secret. Hell, you know, definitely want to work with you. I can probably want to help you get a modeling career because you definitely have the look. But there is a thing called pretty privilege, and I'm quite sure you, knowingly and unknowingly, your looks have gotten you in the door of opportunities. Is it fair to say that because you do get hit on a lot, or a lot of men in your DMs, that you have a lot of options to choose from? Hence where I could have easily gotten married, but I chose not to. I'm single by choice because you have all the options you believe to choose from the best of the best. Has that benefited you or hurt you just in the results you received thus far?
It's hurt me.
So is it fair to say when us women say we're single by choice, that's not fully true?
Yes.
Okay, that was it.
All right.
How is that not true? Hold up, I'm lost.
It's not true. It's not true because a lot of men aren't trying to be with us just because of because they like us, or because like they're just with us because we're beautiful. That's it. And I can honestly say, like, the first two, it was just because, oh, we can make pretty babies, we can do this. And I was so young, I was so stupid. Like, it was just like, okay, I got this, you got this, you sexy, I'm sexy, let's just make beautiful babies. And at 18 years old, yeah, I had a lot of people come to me like, yeah, you're gonna get a basketball player, you're gonna get money, you're gonna get this and that. And then when I actually had my child, my whole perspective changed. Like, I didn't want to have a man taking care of me. It would have been nice to have a man that was just there. You see
So then, going back to what JR said about the vetting process, now that you know that, now that you know you probably can get a high value man or be what you call a trophy wife, now what is the characteristics you look for in a man? Just solely based on his personality, what specifically do you look for?
I look for a lot of different things. I look for respect. Like, how do they, if they already have kids, how do they treat their children? You know, how do they go about conflict? Like, that's really big for me because that's something that I'm still trying to learn a little bit, because I can get frustrated just a little bit more than the next person. And those are things. I want somebody that's a little bit more opposite than me. I'm more of an extrovert than anything, but I'm an extrovert, but I hate talking on the phone. It's weird. It's so weird. But there are things that I just want to be like, okay, you're an extrovert. I can be an introvert, but let's like kind of, I want somebody to level me out. That's all I'm looking for.
So I hate to turn this to an interview process, but I just want you to understand. So you've been hearing all your life that, you know, you're beautiful, you're going to marry a rich man, a basketball player. So now that you have been burned by being led astray, I'm quite sure there's a lot of men in your DMs that may not look the part, but may have the characteristics that you're looking for now. Would you, and he's a 9 to 5, not to bring it back to last time.
Yeah.
He's a 9 to 5er. Doesn't look like the prestige man that people say you should be with. Would you give him a chance? Could he possibly be in your DMs right now?
He could. He just has to have drive, and I have to be able to see that he has drive to be able to move forward, or to be able to be not bigger, but just more down the line. Yeah. And be where I started off from the bottom. And I know I said previously that, you know, hey, 40,000 is broke, but what a lot of people don't understand is that when I had my daughter, I made $40,000 and I made it work, but that it was just my daughter and I strive to be bigger than that. And at my age, I don't want somebody that's just starting out. I want somebody that's just like, okay, I have a goal in mind. I want to be able to, you know, do this, and this. And I'm willing to not only help you, but to help myself. And let's be a power couple. Let's do what we need to do.
See, I got some though, because Kayla put this in here and said, should she settle? Right? But this is a dumb YouTube talking point, because if you get in a relationship, isn't you're settling? Isn't that by the definition? Isn't it by the definition of settle? So what she said, so she should settle because she have a lot of options. Well,
Kayla, that was not what I was implying.
no. I was just reading her comment though. I was reading her comment. Kayla, do you know the definition of settle? Matter of fact, if you don't, I'll read it for you. Resolve or reach an agreement about an argument or a problem. How is that? I'm lost, man. I don't understand these YouTube women talking points. It's stupid.
So, Logic, this is what I am going to say. I think that because she has been, and I'm talking about Kayla at this point, is that she has been engaged before. And I think at sometimes, like, we are young sometimes, and we try to, like, look at some of the things that people are doing and just like, hey, you know, this is what we want right now. And then you realize that that's not really what you want. And I think that's more so where she's coming from. I don't think she's saying it in a disrespectful way. I think she understands wholeheartedly what settling means. I just think that she just is coming from a standpoint like, hey, I was in a situation. I didn't want to be in the situation anymore. And here I am. And I'm trying to do what I need to do to be able, so she could be whole for that person. I think Kayla really does want to be whole for one person. It's just going to take that one person to make her whole.
This shit is pitiful, man.
I ain't gonna say it.
Y'all need to stop this shit. Hey, let me say this. Y'all ought to be glad a man settled for y'all ass. Because y'all ain't shit. I'm telling y'all again, we are the prize. If I'm the goddamn prize, I'm settling for your ass. You ain't settling for me. Y'all, look here, man. Y'all hoes ain't shit. Find you a lady that is a lady that carries and acts like and moves like a lady. For these chicks out here talking about, we got all these options, then where are they at? Why ain't you got a goddamn ring on? You got all these goddamn options. Why you on the goddamn show trying to find love? Why you got a man at home that's showing you love instead of giving you love?
People talk about the shows, but there's a lot of people that go on these dating apps too, and I actually don't do this. How many of y'all can really say in the chat that y'all have never gone on a dating app? Because let me tell you something, I don't need a dating app.
Ma'am, I think the problem you missed
the Lord. That's what you need. Y'all need the goddamn Lord to come down and save y'all asses. Cause y'all ain't no man gonna want to deal with this bullshit, man. I listen to your mindsets, your way you talk, the way you move, the way you act. Man, the Lord's got to come down and save y'all and put a man right then and there.
So I think my point was missing and misconstrued about, I don't know how settling came into this conversation.
Yeah.
My point is, as a human being, true strength is knowing when your way of thinking, moving, operating is no longer working or serving you or getting the results you want. She just said that the type of man she was dating, it didn't pan out. So I'm saying, could it be that the type of men you were attracted to or entertaining, if that didn't work, a different route is to focus on the characteristics, and then that actually zones in on her vetting process. Nobody said anything about settling or anything like that. I need people to listen.
So
that's all they've been talking about is settling. I mean, we had even Kayla come in the comment talking about, should she settle? Man, I'll be damned. I swear to God. Man, stop, man, lie to these hoes. You find it right now, and you be honest with you be forthright with her.
You still got to be honest. If she said she has men who want to marry her, right? Isn't that based on a YouTube talking point? Her not settling. She feels that she feels she's way more than an actual man. She got way more. She feel like she have better options out there. And then what? She gonna wait till she 40 and still be negotiating these options? I'm just saying.
And that's the whole point of me asking these questions, to prevent that. Because a lot of us think because we're beautiful at a certain age, we have time and options, and we really don't. What's the whole thing? The YouTube talking for hypergamy? And we really don't. And I don't want Siobhan to make that mistake, because that's where I see, just personally me, I see that's where she's headed.
But Amber, if all a dude marry her, if she looking for a dude, right? And I understand beauty means a lot. I got it, right? But if that's the only thing, when a new 2022 model come off the line, she's no longer the beautiful one.
And that's what she's saying. She's realizing she don't want to be the beautiful trophy wife. That's not enough for her. She needs something more deep and more substantial. She needs a more interpersonal connection with that man. So instead of focusing on being the trophy wife of a successful ball player, she's looking for something more intimate and long lasting to stand the test of time, which means possibly she's probably looking at the more characteristic traits of that man and not wholly his wallet or his status. I mean, stop me when I'm wrong, Siobhan. I don't want to speak for you.
Yes, no. Actually, the last guy that I actually dated, I actually broke up because of that. Because I broke up with him because of that. Actually, because he kept saying like, "Oh, I can't wait to show you off. I can't wait to do this," and I was like, "Well, what else am I? Like, what else am I doing other than you just showing me off at a damn festival? Like, it's whack to me."
Yeah, but Siobhan, you shamed a $40,000 a year man. But then you're gonna get upset with this man who try to just show you off like a trophy wife. What do you want?
No, because actually that particular man, he actually made a lot of money. I'm saying that I don't want to struggle too. I don't want to have to pull you out of what you're doing because I've made $40,000. And the same thing that Anton said is that you're a medical bill away from being broke. And there were times where I got into debt because it was too much. And I didn't want to be in that realm. And I'm not in debt because I chose myself and not going out and paying for bottles and doing these different things. Like, people got to grow up. I know there are some things that I'm young about, but my debt, I'm definitely not about that.
Somebody got feedback. Hey, Kayla,
I sent you the link. Check your phone on the camera. You don't have to turn the camera on. I'm not sure what you're doing, but you want to call in to speak your position, please do so. But she did say, if you don't know the difference in settling for disrespect and settling down from the dating scene, that's your problem, Hank. Give it a rest.
But this is the thing. She was talking about the options she had. Well, you know what? See, the woman defense force is insane. And like I said, we'll never get nowhere because I'm telling you, if y'all listen to what I was saying at first, the only reason these conversations exist like this is because we have a whole culture that a lot of women don't want to say it exists. If we had a married culture right now, would you have women running around? No. They will be saying, "Oh, he asked me to marry him. Oh, yes," all that kind of stuff like that. But because we got a whole culture that you can jump in nigga DMs and you feel like you have access to the world and all the men and not realizing the only thing that you can do to him is give him some draws. That's it. I mean, but it's insane that we even got to go through this. Yeah, and then we're defended. Like I said, this shit dead. I'm telling you.
I will say he's correct in saying that most of the women who were jumping in Michael B. Jordan's DMs was more than likely just trying to give him some draws. You know what I mean? And that is a product of the culture that we're in.
Okay, there you go. All right, y'all, we got to move on. Trying to get to the meat of the conversation. We know the ladies like to meet. Before we do, hit the like button if you haven't already. Hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We're almost there. We're almost there. Sage Talk with Lee will be happening directly after this. Catch us in ATL August 5th, August 6th. I see some people have bought some tickets. I don't know which tickets they bought, but I did get the email confirmation. Salute to you. If you haven't already, get your tickets at ATL. If you can't make it, we do have the live stream, which is a private stream. It will not be public. So if you can't make it and come out and see us in person, then I suggest you get your live stream tickets right now. That link is pinned to the top of the chat. Let's have fun, man. Let's rock out. Let's rock out. LAPEEF Experience takes over Atlanta. Shout out to the sponsor, Teej Hanley, as well. Philly Teej. The link is in the description. 30% off along with a free gift. And Sugar Curls will be on deck in ATL. She's bringing a lot of men products. Houston was about the women. ATL is about the men. But there's no doubt in my mind that she will definitely have some women products on deck as well. She's gonna have some giveaways and some games and trivias and stuff like that during intermission. So, man, if you are in attendance, look out for that. If you're not coming, make sure you guys give Sugar Curls Beauty a follow, and then also make sure you check out her products. That being said, let's move on to the meat. Oh, I got the super chats. Uh-oh. What's going on? Kayla, you there?
Hey, Kayla.
You there, Kayla? Elijah, you got the four?
Struggle streaming.
Nah, I'm Kayla. I sent you the Luma 4. Just stick it and wrap your phone in for this. I sent it to you. You should have it. I sent it last week.
Okay, until she gets together, we'll go ahead and try to comb through these super chats real quick. You guys need some water? Y'all good? Anybody need any holy water sprinkled on a glass? No?
I think everybody needs some holy water and heat.
So we got to get a little bop going or something? Or?
Water going. That's all.
All right,
Find a man.
To the new member. We have a new member. Shout out to you for becoming a member. Reese, that girl, James. Came a member. Speak to you. Granville says, them 3 safari sites scare me. Talking about the ladies, you know. They'll wear $5. Why do I need to be on a page when I'm in your life, dumb? Jada CFO official, Big Shirley on steroids, shaking my head. Shout out to KS. A story to tell. Jay's a part of the Lapeef Sundays as well. He's recovering from that C. So
shout out Jay.
Shout out to you, Jay. Should your significant other know your dirty little secrets? Should they know what you might be ashamed to disclose? King 1999 Hink, Logic JI, it's time for y'all to take this to another level. Y'all need to set up a Patreon, set up some networking events, guys, trips, all that flash stuff. When these men speak, real men listen. Just a thought. Man, come on out to the show, man. We got King Talk, man. We're going to have a panel full of gentlemen dressed, smelling good. It's going to be a vibe. So come on out and support if you can. If not, get your live stream tickets. Tia Marie, $4.99. Logic Right. SM Trump's reality. Need to be concerned if he's giving heart eyes and public thumbs up at the job and making comments in the club. Kayla, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was trying to get the internet right.
No, I know how it is over there on that side of Kayla. But the main things you got. Well, with the $2, social media is a PSY op.
PSYOP.
PSYOP, same thing. Siobhan, you got a teaching degree in honesty. How do other women apply for such a degree? So he's saluting your honesty. Delwell, $2, 40 inch. Shout out to the Southern Cornbread Fair. That's what's Toya. He spoke about that 40 inch. So I know they're gonna be flooding to the DMs if they can find you. Blaze Skywalker, $199. Men need to stop liking IG pics, period. Stop simping. So you hear that, fellas. Blaze Skywalker said it. Man, just stop liking the pics. Uncle Luke, 1980s, $5. Logic and Rick correct. The majority of women in America are 304. Stop the cap. Kyle or Logic, can y'all like uncheck the ones that I do? I can fly by a little quicker. If you're past the age 25 and I marry you out 304, I'm sorry. We need to realistically here.
Be realistically.
Yeah, whatever. A man to be settling for Siobhan, not the other way around. Stop the foolishness. Will, $5. It's not settling. Don't bid a yard when you only got 8. Ozette, if a woman earns 50K, then she should rightly expect the potential husband to be earning at least that. Where's the controversy? God will spare $10 for the panel. Do you truly have options? If the options you want don't want you, example, if 100 people in your DM just want sex and you don't, then you don't have options.
Facts.
Jason C, $50. Hink is going off. It's the Thursday show or Sunday. He wants to know if it's a Thursday energy, Hink. Love on Knowledge, $14, $5. Great talk. Lapeef Network. Toya is awesome. $49.99.
Demetrius Styles, great conversation. Love the dialogue. Much love. See y'all in ATL. All right, that's what I'm talking about. ATL. ATL. Well, we got them hand claps. Waiting on. I was about to introduce Kayla back again. Where'd she go? The internet?
Appreciate all the super chats, though, y'all. That's much appreciated. Shout out to you.
All right, Kayla, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. Yep.
Okay. All right. Welcome to the show again. All right. I've seen a whole lot of
everyone. Happy Sunday.
Smoke signals in the chat.
Sunday, lady.
Happy Sunday. Yeah, y'all know I was in the chat a little bit. I'm getting ready and I was listening to the show. So I had some things to say. But as far as what was said in regards to me, I cannot speak on my current or future relationship status. As you know, I'm not trying to get caught up with my NDA, but in the past, all I'll say is that, you know, I did feel that pressure to get married, to be married. And I just feel like if you're in a healthy, good relationship, every single woman on the earth that wants a man will get married. If she finds that, if you walked up to her today, she wouldn't be like, oh, I'm single by choice. She would marry him. Right. But if you haven't found that person or it's the wrong person, I think being in a toxic marriage is the worst thing that you can do. And I just personally wasn't going to get married just to be married. And for that lifestyle, which I very much so enjoyed, but I do feel like I deserve real, true love and honesty. And we always love to talk about the culture, where the men in this culture are not honest. If I get caught cheating, that don't mean I don't love you. No, if you get caught cheating, I'm leaving your ass. I don't like. Don't.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
What about the family? What about the family when you was cheating? So,
Kayla, can I run something by you real quick? Let me run something by you real quick.
What's up?
So, if you're in a relationship, let's say you meet a man today and y'all decide to commit to each other and y'all settle and y'all, decide to, buy a home together, get married, all of that. In 10 years, and there's a new man that comes along that you like, and whatever the case could be, would you call that settling, that you settled for the man that you're currently with? A new model comes along that you like, and a new model may be doing better than your current model. And now this model clearly can say, I could put you in a better position for the rest of your life. Are you saying that the man that you met today, that you're with now, did you settle for him because there's new models coming down the pipeline? This man isn't abusive. He ain't cheating on you. It ain't none of those things. It's simply, you got a 2022. So now in 2030, when the nice model come out, are you still settling for the 2022? Or are you saying, no, I just want the 2030 because I deserve a 2030? Because a lot of times when you're talking about something settling, you're saying, I'm going to no longer look for the newest model. I'm going to buy me a model and I'm going to stay with this model for the rest of my life. I'm going to buy me a car in 2022. So now come 2025, I'm not looking for a new car. I got
okay. So let me answer, Kyle. One, people are not cars. Okay. So everyone is unique and I'm not looking for the perfect model. I'm looking for the one that was made for me. The seats fit my ass exactly, not some car that anyone could have. So a new model doesn't matter. I'm looking for my match. I'm looking for the person that's for me. There's always going to be more attractive women. They're, like I said, I don't know where I said, somewhere I said bad bitches are born every day. They're always going to be more attractive women, more attractive men, people that have this, people have more money. But if you're looking to be married and have a partner and do life with someone, you're not looking for a perfect person that blah, you're looking for the right person for you that matches you, that understands you, and you guys work together very well. So no, in 10 years, I'm not looking for a new model. When I said settling earlier, I mean actually settling for something that's less than what you feel like you deserve and you don't feel like it's really right. When you choose the right partner, then you're making a choice. Right. But if you're making a choice by default because you feel like you need to get married, you're making a choice by pressure because family member and people on the internet are telling you should do something. I don't think that you should do that. I think you should make the right choice, not just settle for what may be available because, oh, he checks whatever boxes and I'm at this age and I should do it, because I don't really think that is going to last. People get divorced every day. So we always talk about, oh, get married as if that's the end all be all, when we know 1 in 2 couples will get divorced. So, yeah.
I got a question for you, Kayla. You know you my dog. but you know, I got to keep it funky. The thing about it, you said something. Have a man that's made for you, right?
Yeah.
You
He's
think that's
not going to be perfect. He's not
well?
going to be
I'm just
perfect.
saying when you saying well, I'm just using what you said. Perfect seeds, this and this and this and this, right? The thing is that do you think that's possible?
I do.
Or do you think that's a part of actually being in a relationship that you actually grow together? You actually learn stuff. You know what I'm saying? You have shared experiences and then all that kind of push over. But to have because I think you're honest. I love you and Siobhan for your honesty because most people come up here and lie and they'll say what we want to hear. You guys say exactly what you feel and what you think. And I'm with it. And I tell you that on the live stream and behind the live stream. But what I'm saying that's the problem. Our women is running around here looking for men that fit all the categories that's truly made for them when ideally that's not going to happen.
But that's what it is, Logic. Being truly fitting all the categories and being truly made for you, it's not the same. Like even the guy that's truly made for you, he's not going to fit all the categories. No one is going to check every box. They're just not. And if you're thinking that he is, then you're going to be single forever because no one's going to check every box. They're just not. No girl's going to be everything. No guy's going to be everything. Everybody's going to have their shit. And you have to just realize what person's shit you can deal with and person that you can't. And then obviously
I only use your words though. You said the man that's for you, that's made for you.
Right.
That wasn't my words, it was your words.
Kayla, can you break
Well,
down
I think that
Kayla, you said something there's a difference between settling down and settling. What's the difference, from your perspective?
Well, I think settling down, meaning that you're making a conscious choice in the person that you're picking, that you feel like they're for you and you don't want to continue to be in the dating pool. So you're getting out of the dating pool. That's what I mean when I mean settle down, meaning I'm no longer going to be in the dating pool versus like settling because they're settling for someone that wants to marry me. He's a great guy. He has a great job. He's cool, but the connection's not there. And like, we not on the same page about where we want to go in life. So that would be settling just because there's somebody that wants to marry me.
So do women do that nowadays?
I can feel in my heart. What?
Are women still doing that? Settling, just marrying whoever it is, just because?
Well, when they get to a certain age, absolutely. When they get to like late 30s, they pick the best option, like at that time, in terms of like who's going to be able to take care of me and who's going to be able to blah 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 blah. And they don't care as much about like if they have a real connection with him or if they really have anything in common and things like that. It becomes more of an arrangement, I think, as you get older. And then once you're past that childbearing age, then all that shit goes out the window, and you really just picking the person that's it's just about y'all, because y'all not about to be having a family and shit. Y'all in your 40s, you know what I mean? So it just depends on where you're at in your life, for sure.
Hey, but do we realize that we all have to settle? That we're all settling because ain't nobody perfect. Ain't nobody perfect, so we're all settling anyway.
I'm confused on
that's not what I'm saying.
With cheating and violence aside, what is the settling part?
Financial. It always seems like financial.
No, I tell you, 6 feet.
What I'll say to that is
$200,000 a year. 2 properties, one in Miami, one in Maine somewhere. Oh, and one in Wyoming with a mound. That's all if you don't have that, she's settling. I told you it's the social media mentality.
That is unrealistic.
I don't know who Logic's speaking for, but it's not me. What I mean, is it Chanel?
Yes.
Chanel is I just, if it's not right, don't just do it to do it. He's a good guy. He has a good job. He's cool or whatever. But like, I don't feel we're not on the same page about a lot of things. I mean, if you want to be married, there are guys out there that want to be married, but do you want to be successfully married, or do you just want to have the wedding and then do all of that and then eventually get divorced?
But wouldn't you figure these things out like in 2 weeks or 3 weeks of dating him, and then you can just move on to another candidate? Why would it take?
That's what I'm saying. But okay, so what I'll say about this one person who I felt like I was settling if I were to marry him. there's nothing that's like majorly wrong with him, right? But I don't feel in my heart like for him. You know, someone can be great on paper. They're great on paper. Like, he's all those things, but like the connection is not there. Like, I want to fuck my husband. I want you. Not just because you're a great guy, you have a great job, you'll be a great dad. I want to be successfully married. And if you're not on the same page about certain things, I just feel like it's not going to last. And I come from a place I come from a divorced family, and I just feel like it's traumatic, and I don't want to put my children through that. So I agree with that. I'm going to be sure. And even if I'm sure and it still doesn't work out, at least I know I really gave it, and it was real versus me just doing it to do it because he's a good guy. That lots of guys will want you. Do you want them back?
I agree. You should be attracted to the guy that you marry.
You can't around that long if he's not the one.
But you're right. It's like after the first or second date, you realize I'm not attracted to him. There's no connection, so you shouldn't keep seeing him.
It sounds like it was more of pressure. It sounded like she, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kayla, but it sounded like she stayed out of pressure because she was pressured. She was supposed to get married. Is that what you were saying, Kayla? Is that what's going on?
Well, this didn't last that long. I mean, it was less than a year, but yeah, I did feel the pressure. Everybody around me was like, "Oh, he's such a great guy." Oh, blah blah blah, and like he's awesome. Da da da. And I really wanted it to be because he is great and he does have a great job. He's connected. He has status. He's awesome. But I tried and I just couldn't. I didn't feel it, and.
I appreciate Caleb. What Caleb's speaking of is it sounds like a paradigm, but it's been a lot of women who are pressured to marry the good on paper guy when there is no connectivity, and then when she is saying or finally saying like there is no connectivity between me and this guy, spiritually, emotionally, whatever, she gets shunned like she don't want a good guy, and that's not the case. And believe it or not,
exactly.
Yeah, so that's what she's speaking of, and that's just from her
but it's like the car was used for a whole year before she made a decision. That's the sad.
You're not hearing.
That's what it sounds like to me. I tried to make it work, but it just didn't work. So now this man,
because I didn't want to. Yes, because I was trying to not coming from that long-term relationship where there was all that like money and status and all that. I was trying to give it a chance to get to know him as a person and like look deeper. I was trying to do all this deep shit y'all want to do. That's what I was trying to do. I really was.
But also, Kayla, you had a lot of people in your ear regarding that relationship. That's what it sounds like too. And so now, like you're.
I mean, yeah.
Look,
it would have been a good pairing, but I just think it's best for people to just be real and be honest. And like, I think that breakups and divorces are very, very hurtful. So if you don't feel it 100% in your heart at the altar, just don't do it.
I'm with you on all that, Kayla. I would just say, don't be sleeping with
a year is a long time to keep a man stringing along or making him thinking he's about to get to that end goal of marriage, and it's just not going to happen because you already know in your mind, I'm not going to marry this guy. He's just not the one. I tried to make it work, even though I held him on for a year. He could have spent that year long with some other woman who wants it, who feels like he's qualified, or feel like he meets what she's looking for. So you strung a man along a whole year before you made that decision. That's some bullshit.
No, let me ask you
this is one thing I want to.
He's had a while to do it, and he didn't.
Hank, let me ask you a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Hank, let me ask you a question. And sorry, Caleb, I'm speaking for you. I'm just trying to understand. So she's dating this guy. She's not 100% sure, right? And she has these people in his ear. He's an amazing guy. He's an amazing guy. This is somebody you should be with. So she's like, maybe it's me. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe my family who care about me see something I don't see. So let's see where this goes. It could be me. I may be superficial. And then she realizing there is no connection, or I'm not being honest with myself, or they don't know what I want, or I'm realizing myself or the things I like, and it's not in alignment with this man. So would you have rather her continue to marry him, living a lie, or breaking it off, and then like, you know what, this was a learning lesson, unfortunately, Because we all make mistakes. We all learn. We've all been in relationships where we thought we wanted this person and we realized we don't. What makes her situation different?
A year though, Amber? A year. It shouldn't have took you a year to realize this guy is not the right one.
Okay,
how many of us have been in relationships? How many of us
provide context? He lived in
of
another
us have been
state.
in relationships
So-
longer than we should have because we hoping things would change or turn around? I think everybody on this panel has been in a relationship we've been in longer than we should have. Right or wrong?
I think that goes back to one, access, and two, what are you qualified for in these different stages in your life? You know what I mean? I think one of the things we tend to overlook about married people is the fact that they didn't marry somebody that was perfect. They married somebody who they liked enough and loved enough, hopefully, in order to work through whatever other flaws were there. Because the core at what bonded them together was strong enough to kind of push through, knowing that there are still other things. There are people, I think, and Toya, I'd love for you to respond to this, who I'm sure have been married for years and still find that although the ass fit the seat perfectly in the beginning, we all change. The car breaks down. As you age, the ass can spread. I mean, there's all types of things, you know what I mean? And challenges that will come year after year.
Exactly.
And you have to be willing to be on that mission with that person to keep this thing together by any means. That's the difference between a wife and a husband versus two people who are boyfriend and girlfriend trying to fill each other out until they find something better. Let's just be honest about that.
Exactly.
But if we really want to be honest, you can see, I'm just not the one to just hear bullshit and just say, okay, no. The thing is the things in common.
I feel you, Logic.
That's a perfect line. How do you get things in common with people? Do you not go through experiences? Do you not go through life? All these excuses. And then, like I said, when the older women take up for it, I got to just back off. Because the thing is, if you allow the younger generation to do it and you tolerate it, you're condoning the behavior. You can sit here and say whatever you want to say. If you make excuses for what they do, you're condoning the behavior because you're tolerated. They know that they can do that just like your kids. If everybody who got kids, they know exactly what I'm talking about. If you allow them to do things, they will look at it and say, hey, they condone this. They like me doing this. Let me shit in the middle of the floor. Oh, I ain't getting a whipping for it. Let me do it. But
Elijah, can I ask you a question? Because I don't believe this is a gender thing. It's a human thing. Because I've seen where men have stayed with women longer than they should have, and men have left women at the altar, and he gets congratulated. Like, man, you dodged a bullet. I'm glad you found out now. But when Kayla's literally saying she decided this is not the right thing for him and her, she's stringing him along for a year. Why would you do that? Why didn't you not learn? But when a man, no matter how long he been a woman, he finally cut that bitch off, he gets congratulated. Man, dog, you dodged a Scud missile.
okay, wait. So this is the point, Amber, that you're wrong. Do they say stuff like, oh, we didn't have things in common? Oh, we just didn't have the bond. Do you hear that coming from men?
Right.
You don't.
So
now,
it's contingent on why
right. What you're saying is right. And they only said you dodged the bullet if she's a hoe. That's what you hear. Said
or a horrible person or something like that.
For the streets. But as far as basic things, because let's be honest, when you're dealing with a woman, most of the things you enjoy, she's not going to enjoy. That's the part of being in a relationship. That's the part of sharing experiences. That's the part of growing. That cheating stuff that you're talking about, men talk about, no, that's cheating. That's it. Oh, you dodged the bullet. That hoe is for the streets. Right. That's different.
So it's contingent. So this conversation is contingent based upon what happened, who broke up with who.
No, the conversation is the conversation is based upon this. When you see women say this a lot, we just didn't have the bond. He wasn't the perfect man. We didn't have things in common.
I have heard men say like, yo, she's an amazing, but she ain't it. You know, why does it have to be something as dramatic as she cheating? Like, you know, good thing you threw her back to the streets. Men have said like she's an amazing woman.
What you're doing is
whatever the reason is,
you don't make you don't right now. You're being disingenuous because don't hear. I'm telling you, you don't hear men say that. You hear women say that. Oh, she was awesome. Everything was good, but I just didn't feel it. You don't hear men saying that.
Men have never said that.
Men do not say that
to each other.
I think usually it's like an isolated incident that changes that man's mind.
So that's what I'm trying to understand. It has to be something for men. It has to be something completely dramatic, like she cheated on me, and y'all like, good, drop that hoe. But if a woman say we just don't have the connection, we don't have anything in common, there's no spark, there's no chemistry, then she's the one that's the problem. I'm just trying to understand the difference.
Wait, Amber, I think the difference.
I never said that we didn't have anything in common.
No, I know, Kayla. I'm just trying to.
Okay.
Amber, I just think the difference is just the way it's described. Like if in an example where this man is a great man with a great job and an upstanding citizen and responsible, he'll probably be a great father. You would never really hear a woman be talked about that way, and then a man say, "But I broke up with her anyway because we just didn't have a bond." Men would not give something like that up if she was physically attractive and she was going to be a great mother who cooked and cleaned and also had a great career. A man is not going to break up with them just because they don't bond. Now, if he just really doesn't like her low key, then he doesn't like her, and he probably doesn't talk about her that way. He probably doesn't talk about her at all if there's some kind of string along type of situation going on, versus, you know, in the kind of example that Kayla gave, where this man was a great man, but it just wasn't a good bond. That is a woman's position, to want to have a bond with a man and overlook, you know, some of the other aspects that a lot of women might say are important to them. So maybe for Kayla, it may not have been a thing for you, but in general, or I'm sorry, it may not have been a thing for you because you described it as settling, as if this person is somehow in general just, you know, less than. And I think that the difference is men don't really look at a woman and list all their things out and say, but she's just not doing enough for me. If anything, I think a man would notice that and realize maybe he's coming up and work to build a bond and work to build an attract, or work to get there with that woman, versus the other way around, you know.
Okay, and if they don't get there, Kyle, then what?
If they don't get there, then yes, I agreed with you when you said, you know, he was all good, but I just wasn't feeling him and we broke up. Cool. My thing is, you know, if that's the case, you know that you should follow your gut sooner. Don't be in a relationship with this man for a year, y'all doing all y'all doing, if you know the whole time that he's just not doing it for you. Forget what everybody else is saying. Forget what your mom.
What if you don't know? What if you don't know the whole time? Like, you know, people when men tell me that they broke up with their girl they've been with for 7 years because of one isolated incident, I'm calling bullshit. It's not one isolated incident. They've had issues with her. There's underlying things that have been going on, and then there is something that showed them, okay, you know what? No. So y'all don't know that. Y'all don't know the different incidents that have happened that made me go, you know what? I don't think that we, you know, so it's different. And then this person also lived in another city. So the amount of time I could see them and spend with them was different when I live in Florida and they live in DC. So I think there's a misconception
I think there's a misconception though that a man is celebrated for, I mean, it's more of a, you should have been broke up with her. It's not, he don't get no pats on the back for ending that relationship, especially from, you know, the women in his life, whether it be his mom, aunts.
So if he should have been broke up with her and he didn't, then how is it any different?
It's not different. But what we're saying is the reason he broke up with a woman isn't because there wasn't a bond. It was because, you know, she probably wasn't a good, you know, they just never meshed from the jump. And I keep that energy for both men and women. You need to do that sooner instead of stringing somebody along, whether it's a year, 5 years, 7 years. But to Logic's point, men don't break up with good women who have all these things going for them. They just don't have things in common. That's not a reason why men break up. It's a whole list of reasons.
But Kyle, do you even think that is something that's important to a lot of men? Like if they feel like, okay, she cooks, she cleans, she's beautiful, she can have kids, she's nice or whatever. Do you think that I believe, and I just want to see if you agree with me, that there are men out there where if they don't have that friendship, if they don't have that connection in terms of what they the zest of life and what they want out of life and where they want to go, do you think that most men, not most men, but just some men don't care about that? As long as she checks like those feminine boxes, whether they have that deeper connection doesn't really matter because she looks good, she cooks, she cleans. So what else is, she don't talk a lot. So what else is there? Versus women or at least a woman like me are a little different.
I would say it's hard to give a number to that, but you want your lady to cooperate with you in y'all's marriage and relationship through your life. You don't want to, just have an employee or something like that. Now, it may not be important for the woman to do every single thing with the man throughout their lives. If a man likes to go golfing and he likes to go out with his homies and then he's got a busy schedule, he doesn't need his woman to go with him in these places or like the same things. But the woman has to put herself in a position to not be an obstacle to those things. So y'all have to, again, grow to that. You can't come in already, saying, well, I like this and I don't like this, so we already can't be compatible because I don't like those two things.
Exactly. So you make time through the relationship to grow with them, to see that if you can get on the same page with those things.
But if you already know that that's a deal breaker.
Yeah, but who said that you already knew? But who said that? What is this already new thing? Where did that come from? Who said that?
You said long as he lived in Tennessee and you live in Florida, that was already an obstacle. So right now, if you knew that was going to be a problem for you, why even keep pursuing this?
I never said that was a problem. I just said that was the reason why it went on longer, because we were only able to see each other so often.
I thought you said it was one. I'm sorry.
So this is
long distance has never been an issue with me. My fiance lived separate for years. Distance is not a problem. It means you are able to see each other less. So yeah. But go ahead, Jared. Sorry, Jared.
I was just saying we're gonna let Rio close this out and let's get to the main topic so we can.
I just want to throw this out there as far as what the conversation has been building up to, and this isn't applicable to anybody who decided to share their personal experiences. This isn't even at y'all. I'm just speaking in general. When we talked about bringing a woman home from the workforce, making her a wife, building a family, and all of these things, and how that almost resembled a time period before where people didn't necessarily spend too much time dancing around marriage and they kind of got straight to it.
Mm-hmm.
There are things that came with that, and it wasn't necessarily fairy tale. And there's a lot of fairy tale I think we have in our minds today. And if you have that, I mean, God bless you. You absolutely are blessed. Fantastic. But most people, it isn't fairy tale. So for those who had great grandmothers who were able to stay at home and be homemakers, there's a good possibility that her husband wasn't the person that she found to be her fairy tale man. But guess what? He liked her. He loved her. He was willing to put food on the table, raise a family, go to the mill, put in all the extra hours, whatever it required to keep a roof over her head. And she realized, wait a second, this is a good man. And many of your great grandmothers learn to love him more over time. We may not want to hear that. But from the start, he wasn't everything. But she realized, wait a second, when I write all this down, he's checking off the boxes to create the life that I want to live.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to be realistic about that, right? What is it that you really want? A lot of our modern women of today said they want to go home and do these things, but yet they still want to be independent. That's hard. Well, how do you get that out of that? There is nothing about that is independent.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You are dependent
on him. And what he pours in, he's depending on you to multiply and make enough. We have to change our mindset about what this is. Stop picking and choosing things that we want out of other people's lives if we're not fully willing to acclimate to what it requires. People who are married need to speak up more about what this is so that we all understand it. Go ahead, JR.
No. We gotta move on. You guys just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef-ING Sundays. Make sure you get the likes up. Moving on to the meat of the conversation, so we can go ahead and get these people up out of here. I'm gonna go to Cal first, then I'm gonna go to Amber. I'm gonna go ahead and play this video. Appreciate all the support, y'all.
It could be a situation where like they did something you don't like, or you can't stand them, you ain't fucking with them right now, but you like to have sex. You might not necessarily be promiscuous, but you might like that person's sex. And then that might be like, okay, well, fuck these niggas, whatever, or bitches, or whatever you deal with, or whatever, but I like their sex, so I'm just gonna do it, and then I'm not fucking with them no more, and then you get sucked back into the situation.
You ain't never got sucked out.
Sex and drugs is at the top.
You ain't never got sucked out. You just gotta stand on what it is. Like
that should be hard, dog.
No, you just gotta say, I want you to fuck me when I want you to fuck me. That's it.
That's crazy. No, but I'm saying like some people can't separate the two.
Why?
I don't know.
Because you feel like when you fucking, now we supposed to go back together. Like we ain't go together the whole month. You come fuck me, okay, we back.
No, that's what I'm saying.
You ain't
like,
gonna like him, he ain't gonna like you, then y'all gotta split up again. Then when you wanna get fucked again,
y'all gotta go back together.
Yeah, but
No.
Just don't go together and just get fucked, Jay.
But it's easier.
Tell the man you just want him to fuck you.
No, I can do that. No, what I'm saying is I can do that. I can cut somebody off completely and just fuck them, and then that's it. And then like they get in their feelings or whatever. But it's just like it wasn't always like that for me in the beginning.
They getting their feelings.
Yeah, like it wasn't always like that for me in the beginning, but I learned how to separate the two.
What they getting their feelings about, Jay?
Man, you know what they getting their feelings about.
Gulp 10,000.
Y'all PG-13.
What's happening? You know I don't feel like shit.
All right, I know it's a little ratchet, but most men can't handle casual hookups without catching feelings. Go ahead, Cal. What are your thoughts?
I mean, we're talking about most men.
Hey, keep it 100, Cal.
I think that's true, to be perfectly honest with you. I think because it's easy to get with a woman and not, y'all call yourselves not dating, and you call it casual. But as soon as you might be out somewhere and you see that woman with another man, even if you don't outwardly respond, you still gonna feel a certain kind of way. So I don't think that you're gonna go somewhere and cry, or you're gonna be upset or a bitter man or anything like that. But I don't think that men get as much ass out here as is advertised. You know, the average man body count really isn't that thick. I feel like, especially for a young man, if you 21, 22 to 25 years old, you know what I mean? You may not really be getting it like that. You know, the prospect might be there, but you really may not be. So you may be getting with a woman who's not necessarily your girlfriend, and you calling it a casual hookup, like, oh, we just friends with benefits. I just see her at the bar. But if you see her out anywhere else with anyone else, you're going to feel some kind of way about that. So it really takes a lot of that for you to stop really catching feelings, because again, men have to, I would imagine the average man has to put so much of himself out there to get to that point, to where once you realize, okay, you might have just been some dick to this woman, you know, you might get over it quickly, but you still gonna catch some kind of feelings. You still gonna feel, some part of you is gonna feel insecure. Some part of you is gonna feel like, okay, next time I'm not gonna say as much to this girl like I did with this, or next time I'm not gonna take her to a nice place. I'm gonna take her to a coffee date or something like that. So, and I feel like all of that is just related to the feelings you catch after the fact.
I would have to say I disagree with you. And the reason why I disagree is because there is just no way in hell a man is sticking their peenie weenie in somebody and they're catching feelings right away. That's more so the woman. The woman is going to catch feelings because, like I said, and this is something that Kayla and I spoke about the other day, is that once you stick me, you're stuck with me. Okay. And actually, it wasn't even Kayla. It was actually Sharice from her show. and I totally agree with her, is that if you stick with me, you're stuck with me, and that's just what it is. And I didn't come up with that. Sharice and Kayla actually came up with that.
Kind of crazy.
She sure did. She
Wait,
said.
hold on. Let me ask you.
Hold on.
You keep going. Hold on.
Hold on, y'all. Let her finish one at a time.
You cannot sit here and look me dead in my face via the screen and then think that a man is just gonna catch feelings off of the poom poom. Like, they're just not. There's so much poom poom around that they can really get whatever they want. Now, there can be somebody that they want to go and do that with, and that's their favorite, right? That's what they really, really like, because they're willing to do whatever they want to do, right? Because there are women like that will do whatever you want and need, but they have the opportunity to go and get whatever poom poom they want, and that's casual sex to them, but they're not catching feelings. It's the women. I'm sad because if I lay down with you and then you go lay down with the next person, I'm disgusted, I'm upset, I'm irritated, it's nasty. Now I got to go to the OBGYN, like, you done expose me. Like, it's a lot.
I don't disagree with that. All I'm saying is I think there's men like that too. We're all assuming that every single man is just out here sticking and moving. Every single man does not have, a popping ass Tinder profile. Some of these men got to get out there and give everything they got just to get some. So it may not be their girlfriend, or even you could say that it might have been their favorite or their top chick, and they may still be able to run that whole "we not together" thing out there to save themselves and save their own feelings. But the idea that the average man, the average man out of shape, making 50 grand out here single, calls himself having him a little, one or two little breezies on the side. If he goes to wherever he goes, you go to Jewel and you see this broad walking down the aisle, you might not outwardly say anything, but you're going to feel some kind of way about that. And so now if you a star of the basketball team, or if you cute like that or whatever, then okay, yeah, you probably just sticking and moving. You're not even tripping off that if that's the life you live in. But if you trying to find connections out here some kind of way, I feel like you're going to be more prone to catch feelings faster because you don't really get it like that otherwise. You know what I mean? Any poon you do get, you had to work, you had to put double time in to get that. So, I just think it's kind of a tough thing to just automatically say, nah, men cold-hearted. We don't give a fuck about these hoes. We just stick and move, and that's how I go. Hopefully we fall upon some girl that's worth it. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sure a lot of 35-year-olds say that, but if you're 20, I just feel like, it's not that easy. You're not just going to slide right past that.
So what, I'm not a man, so I don't speak for men, but to what Kyle is saying, I mean, I've seen men who got upset because I guess they saw a woman who they were casually having sex with. They saw her out with another man and lost it. So, I mean, I have witnessed that. However, pertaining to the video, she is projecting. I am wholeheartedly in agreement with Siobhan. So pretty much she is projecting what she has experienced, and she's trying to flip the script. Most women, I say all women, maybe a good small percentage, but most women tie emotions to sex. We cannot sleep like men. We can't sleep around like men. I don't understand. I'm not judging, but I don't even understand how women get into situationships or get into friends with benefits, knowing like the woman always going to catch feelings. We don't operate like men, and we set ourselves up for heartbreak every single time. We say we cool with it, we down, we know what it is. She catches feelings every single time. So I can't speak on the men, but I think because she just said she wasn't always like this. It sounds like she's been hurt so many times. So now she's like, well, if I start sleeping around like men, it won't hurt as much. So she's just projecting what a lot of women do who get themselves in a situation. Because I personally attach emotions to sex, so I won't put myself in that situation.
Kyle, it sounds like that man does not actually have feelings for that woman. It just sounds like he's mad that he lost his guaranteed kitty cat. So for it to be called feelings, he called feelings, I think that's disingenuous.
Wait. I mean, I don't disagree with that comment, but if we're going off of Siobhan's theory, Well, you could just go, you just catch the next bus, you know what I mean? Your main, if it's all about just getting ass, then you know what I'm saying? If she dip, well, the next one gonna be here in another 10 minutes, so I'm not necessarily tripping off that. So if the question is like, how do I feel about being involved with a woman who is involved with other men? Does that bother me? Well, it just depends, I guess, right? If it's just one night stand chick that you don't care about, can't even remember her name, well, yeah, you just pass, you just smash and pass those. But if it's a woman who you talking to on a regular basis, y'all may not be necessarily talking about being together in a relationship, but you got to put in some part of yourself to be able to get it to that point. You know what I mean? I would hope, at least I'm married, so I've been married a long time, so I'm way out the dating game. But I would hope that it can't be, I meet you on Monday and I'm in them guts by Thursday night. Like I hope that that's not what's going on. And if so, then yeah, y'all might be right that it ain't no catching feelings. But if I got to earn my way into your draws and you call yourself being serious about whatever it is, then I got to put myself out there a little bit. So that's just my theory on it.
But you know what, Cal? Here's the thing, though. It's one thing to say that, like, oh, you just getting in them guts and you getting this and you getting that, right? But there's also a particular feeling that women wait for, and there's no particular time on when that occurs. It really just depends on when the woman feels like that. And it could be early for somebody else, it could be too soon for the next person, right? But at the end of the day, it's just like some people wait for that feeling, and sometimes when they have sex with people, they don't ever feel that feeling. So when they actually do, they want to take advantage of that moment. It doesn't mean that they're a whore. It just means that they're just trying, they feel it and they want to be able to take advantage of that moment.
But if the moment is casual, right? If we're talking about a casual relationship, then there's got to be some discipline in there somewhere from somebody about the actual sex part. If that's what we're doing, then, am I supposed to not care about the moment we had? You know what I mean? Like, I'm just trying to figure out what's the expectation around that kind of interaction. If me and you, Siobhan, are talking, you know what I'm saying? I meet you somewhere, get your number, now we talking. And now we hang out, you like me, I like you, but we're not going to date or nothing like that. We still going to see other people. And then me and you do what we do. Then I see you out with somebody else. I might feel some kind of way about that. It's not going to last. And I'm not going to turn it into a scene. You know what I mean? And I'll just move on with my life too. But in that moment, if we talk about moments, in that moment, I might feel a certain kind of way about you specifically or about the conversation we had. It's going to be what it is. Now, again, if it was same day, one night stand or whatever it is, I met one of your friends and we kicked it off, whatever, then that's different. But if I'm talking about adult interactions, and you want, if you are, everyone has their integrity intact, everybody's kind of going for a more positive outcome. And then suddenly I see you out with JR, I'm going to be like, damn, I thought we was doing X, Y, and Z, but I guess not. So that's all I'm speaking to.
I got you.
All right.
Man, let me talk on this, man. I don't give a damn. I'm not catching no goddamn feelings for no hoe. Fuck these hoes. And that's what I'm talking about doing. Because ain't no damn way I'm going to catch a feeling for something. I'm just, you just an ass call. You good for 20 to 30 minutes. Hell no.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a chick, Hank, you know what I'm saying? You went out on 1 or 2 dates. Y'all not boyfriend and girlfriend. She not telling you about the dudes she with. You not necessarily telling her about the girls you with. But y'all talking. It's all positive.
No.
Okay, it might be some here.
But Cal, you got to be honest about who's having the most of the casual sex.
Yeah, I'm not having deep conversation with the heifer. I don't want to know about your kids. I don't want to know about your job. I don't give a shit. I'm just trying to bust one and get the hell out. Matter of fact, if I see your ass out in the streets with another dude, I want to know if the dude got the helicopter like I got the helicopter. And guess what? Later on, I want to try to get the helicopter. You understand? No love for them.
What are you talking about?
That was my point. I'm reading the title and it says for casual hookups without catching feelings. So if this is a casual hookup, I don't think guys are out here like sleeping with chicks casually and falling in love with them. And that's why I always say women have to understand you can't move like men can move. You're not granted that opportunity. So when these men are out here giving the grace to sleep with these chicks, They just sleeping with him. That's all it is. He just trying to bust a freaking nut. He not worrying about nothing else but that. Just getting the freaking skins. That's all it's about. They're not trying to bring you to mama. None of that. What is happening there? Let's get this done and go on about your business. That's all it is. And men are not that emotional. The only emotion he's trying to find is that freaking orgasm. That's it. That's all. But women still out here thinking they can move like these guys, and all you doing is collecting bodies.
Period, Poe.
And I highly doubt that she was being real.
Oh shit, oh shit. Yeah, the Thursday energy.
Oh God.
Shout out to him for the helicopter.
Oh, watch out now.
I'm sorry. Hank had to give me my credit because I'm the one that brought up the helicopter. But
What are you talking about right now? What is going on right now? Oh, shit.
Shout out to the helicopter. Continue.
Keep it PG, y'all. Keep it PG. Yeah.
It's time, baby. It's demon time on the good son.
Kels.
Demon time.
Sorry, I couldn't be on the show today. I was at my grandmother's funeral yesterday. We're doing family stuff and all that. But I heard some of the show. I just called in to call cap on everybody.
What?
Guys, do y'all not know simps exist?
That's what I'm saying.
Guys getting their feelings. Like, you act like everyone is a fucking alpha and everyone is part of the manosphere. There are guys out here who are crying about women that they wish they could be with. Are you crazy? Do y'all know
it's majority, Kelly. Is that
you know, dudes get upset when the stripper don't come to them. When they normal stripper that they see up at the strip club don't come to them, they be mad as hell. So
listen, if a dude is taking you out and spending money on you, and you haven't given up the draw when he sees you out with another dude, you don't think he's gonna be in his feelings? And if you did give him to him, you're just gonna be like, oh, I'm not the only one. Like, come on.
Hey, Kelly.
Guys are out here simping.
He is giving up the draws. These are casual sex hookups.
That's why guys.
Casual hookups, not dating.
Guys like that join the JR Hink and Lock Patreon so they can get some knowledge.
I can't. Everybody's talking. I can't hear it. Sorry. I heard everybody.
We were just telling you that we're talking about casual hookups, so they are having sex casually.
Oh, they are having sex.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're saying, okay, well, that makes it even worse. So you're telling me if the guy's getting that wet and it's amazing, it's the best he ever had, he's not going to be in his feelings if he sees her with somebody else? Not even a little bit, a little tiny bit.
I just think he's mad he's not getting it anymore. I don't think that's considered, oh, I had a connection and love for her. I don't think it's feelings.
Not all of us are as sensitive as maybe some of the ones you might have experienced, Kelly. There are some. There are some.
I didn't say I experienced it. I don't do casual sex.
Gotcha.
I don't do casual sex. No. But what I'm saying is, I know guys that cry, and I haven't even slept with them, and they're crying.
What?
And hurt and butt hurt. Yes.
Sound like you were dealing with another woman instead of a man.
I'm telling you, but that's what I'm saying. Simps exist. Everybody is not a manosphere man.
Can I say something?
We're going up for the Hink and Logic and JR Patreon, fellas, if that's what you're dealing with.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you men have never heard other men talk about this, or do they just keep these feelings to themselves?
I've witnessed it. I've seen a dude who was like, this was his little jump off chick for like a year straight, and we was up at the bar, and she walked in. You know, we all knew her because she'll always be around, but we just knew that these two was doing whatever they was doing. She walked in with a dude at the bar, and this dude was so upset, and I was like, well, I mean, that's not your girlfriend, right? He's like, nah, but that's not the point. And, you know, it just didn't make sense, but I've witnessed it. I know that these dudes exist. So the idea that most men can't handle, I don't know about most men or half men. I don't want to put a quantity on it because then that changes the conversation. But men in general, they be catching feelings with they little sneaky links. They be with these women, you know, or you can hear them talking on the phone and you can hear how they talking to her versus how they talking to the fellas. You know, they be having all kinds of conversations. So I think that you know, it's a muddier water than we're trying to make it out to be. Not everybody is a alpha male smashing and dashing hoes like we think it is. Some of these dudes, even on their best day, they try to hide it, but they into their situations. Now, Chanel, you might be right. They might be more addicted to just them being able to get some on a regular basis. But I don't know.
But also men are possessive though. Like they don't want to share.
But
I think some of that too could be that the guy may be more, that might be a love thing and not like a true, like he likes her. It may be more of the sex in itself he may be captivated by. Because like the more you are like in love with somebody and like somebody, that actually makes it even better. But if this is, I'm not saying that two people that don't have feelings for each other can't have great sex, but I think a lot of times people mistaken lust with liking. When you lust someone, like that part with them is going to be just amazing, but you're lusting over them. So they may not necessarily like these women. They probably just like the shit she do in the bedroom.
I don't think every guy's the same. I don't think it should be across the board. Like every guy's not gonna have feelings for a woman, but some guys do. So to act like that doesn't exist, that doesn't happen is
even the science
disingenuous.
Listen,
that's what happens, that men don't actually get feelings out of sex, but women do. So I think science is proving this.
What science?
Pair bonding. I don't know if anyone on the panel has heard about it, but pair bonding affects women way more than men do.
You said
so.
Who?
When it comes to sex, I just don't think
pair bonding.
Hair bonding.
PAIR.
Oh.
Right. It affects women way more. There's an actual hormone that women release, oxytocin, that connects you to that person that you're having sex with. Men that don't get that, not as much unless they're in more of a committed relationship. So even the science shows that is not happening for men.
I don't know. Once a guy has sex with me, he's not going nowhere.
Hold on, Toya
trying Kelly, we're not saying that guys, like we're not saying that there's some men that's more emotional than other men. Like that's true, I'm sure. But like if you're just looking at casual hookups, like just guys like just sleeping with a chick. I mean, over time, like Kyle was talking about, I mean, a year of them sleeping together, that's a long time. So I'm not kind of surprised that guy probably started feeling some type of way.
Yeah, but, for sure you're gonna catch feelings. Like after that, it's different if it's a one night stand.
Isn't that still casual? That's still casual. If that's not your woman,
he should have asked for more.
I feel like after a year of them sleeping together, that's a long time. It almost sounds like he may have been afraid to progress to the next step, but they probably started off like that.
No, he had other hoes. He had plenty of hoes. It was just that we knew who this particular one was. So it was kind of one of those things where we know who she is, and the way he got upset, we all were like, wait, we thought that was just y'all was just playing around. And I'm only saying that because I'm just using that as an example of these men exist. Where it doesn't just have to be, not every man is secure within themselves to know that that's not what you're supposed to do. We all know men who, I mean, that's how a lot of women run into abuse, right? They run into men who's obsessed with them. They ain't even really involved with them like that. And these men be following women home and stuff like that. So we can't on one hand act like, every single man is aware and red pill and they know what's going on. And then ignore all these men that actually exist, all these simp beta men who do whatever they want to do to get a woman's attention. I mean, these men exist.
All right, y'all. We're gonna get a couple of people to give us final thoughts on this, so we can close out. And it's the least show's about to ready to start. So I don't know who hasn't spoken already. Want to chime in?
I wanted to say something.
Okay, go ahead. Is that Kayla?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go to Kayla and then we'll have Kelly finish off. And then Rio, did you want to say something else, or Chanel? Anybody? Okay.
So
hi Kayla, great show.
How are you? Thank you so much. So what I was gonna say is that I definitely agree with Kyle. I think the manosphere puts a really bad example out there of what's really out there. Most men are not getting women at the rate that I think that it's portrayed. As we said, the average Black man makes 40K, works a regular job as a regular person. So I don't know why there's this thing out there that all men just got hoes just waiting on them, because that is absolutely not the facts. It's
Right.
really
They have
not.
Jergens waiting for them.
They're out there trying to get who they can get, right? I think that the instance that feelings are caught, it could be in the beginning, like say a guy has a one night stand with a girl, and then he starts like talking to her, and then he realized like, oh, she's really cool, I like her, you know what I'm saying? But then she's not on the same page, and she doesn't, you know what I mean? It was just one night for her. And then he'll feel some type of way because he's like, oh, I actually do like, you know, I saw that she was cool. I could have seen it go further, but whatever, you know, but they'll still feel some type of way because they may have wanted more and she doesn't want more. I think most of the time, the guys that catch feelings for girls that don't catch feelings for them. When the girl catch feelings for them, it's something in manhood, or I don't know, men, tell me if I'm wrong, where you feel like, oh, okay, I got them, right? So I'm good on them. I ain't got to put too much in them. I already got them locked in. And it's the chase is over, and like the desire isn't there as much versus someone that you may have been able to get, but then, you know, you put that effort in and she's not letting you get it again, or doesn't want to entertain you, or doesn't really want to talk to you anymore. That hurts the male ego a little bit. So part of those feelings could just be ego, but the part of those feelings could also be like, they liked her, they thought she was cool, and she ain't really want nothing more. So I agree with Kelly. All men are not the same. Obviously there are men that can smash and dash, you know, but we are not a monolith. People are different, and there are people out there that are like this. So that's all I have to say.
I have a question for the men. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
So for the men, let's say that you meet a woman and you guys have sex and it's amazing, according to you, right? Like you really enjoyed it, and she was like, yeah, that really wasn't it, and she doesn't like want to do it anymore. That doesn't bother you? You don't like, you really want to go back and do it again, but she doesn't give you the opportunity because she wasn't feeling it. That doesn't bother you as a man?
It bothers them.
Move on to the next.
Right. And see, when these sound too, it sounds too much like
I accomplished my goal already. I got my nut. I don't give a damn.
Yeah, but this was mind-blowing sex, Hank. It was like, whoa, best sex I ever had.
Every woman got mind-blowing sex. Let y'all tell it.
Go ahead, Rio. You want to respond to that?
It just sounds a lot like people who are dating people that they actually have interest in. When I think about casual sex, I think about for the streets. You know what I mean? Like, you already know what you're getting into, and you know that this requires very little investment. You know what I mean? Now, some people do trick if they have it and they can get it that way, but it's not necessarily like, oh, let me try to convince her that she's my girlfriend so that I can smash. That's not what it's like. Like, if you go to any hood across America, you can walk into a bar, you could sit down and talk to a brother. He could tell you, oh yeah, I hit that one, and so did such and such, and so did such and such. There is not an emotional attachment there. That is more recreation. It's recreation. She is not someone that he is trying to date with intention. This is if I come across you, and especially if we smashed once before, if I come across you again in a couple of months and we got that same energy, there's a good chance we might do that after. We're not, you know what I mean? It's not that kind of thing. This is much more recreational when we're talking about these casual girls.
Then maybe I shouldn't speak on it because I've never had casual sex. So I don't know what that
just another notch on the belt. That's all you are. You're another notch on the belt. another mountain that I climbed, and another goal that I accomplished. Thank you. Thank you for your support.
I feel like casual sex can't be good sex.
Go ahead, Kelly. I'm sorry.
I was saying I feel like casual sex can't be good sex because the person doesn't even care enough to learn you.
Facts, and it's not, and they don't. Those type of men don't even know what good sex is. All they know how to do is bust a nut. They have no clue what good sex is.
That's what I'm saying.
good sex is based on the person, one, knowing what you want, knowing what you like, and they don't know that when you just meet them and you don't invest the time and
Well,
energy.
you know, another thing.
So that's all
Another
you
thing too, Kayla, is that a lot of men don't know how to even do it right. Okay.
All they know how to do is to bust a nut. They're using your pussy to jack off. They have no idea how to have sex.
That's how you treat a hoe.
Casual sex was you use the man too.
Stuff for you. I don't care if you bust a nut yourself. You bust your nut when I get there, you get Wills when I come back. I don't give a damn.
But see, that's the thing. That's the thing is that some men be trying to bust a nut, and
what are you talking about?
And that's the thing. Like, at that point, what's the point?
Yeah, but sometimes we gotta fake it too, and don't nobody want to fake no nut for real.
But the women are using
I'm not faking shit. I'm not about to give you the pleasure of making you think you did something that you didn't do. You're not getting that. But you did for yourself.
Can we call attention? Can we call attention to what Chanel just said? She says the woman is using him too. It is not. It is like, once again, when I say a recreational activity, that two people are participating. If it was trash, when she seen him at the club 2 months later, she wouldn't have smashed again. Let's be realistic. 9 times out of 10, the brothers who are single, they get to frequent in that way. 9 times out of 10 are doing enough job, a good enough job in order to do it again. Casual hookups mean that you casually hook up. So you got to be careful. Don't bring the emotion into it. The fact of the matter is they are both having enjoyment out of that experience. So when they decide to do it again, it's really just not a problem. And so this does exist. It may not be your experience though, but I'm just telling you, this does exist.
Okay. All right, y'all. We got a
pass out.
Yeah. Just get a little bit of that Thursday energy.
Yeah, it's coming out.
Yeah, we got some super chats. We appreciate you guys. Siobhan, you ready? All right, here we go.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Marcel, why can't some people just admit that they want the duties of being married? Oprah said, I didn't want the sacrifices, the compromises, the day in and day out commitment required to make a marriage work. Some people don't get it actually. Reese, that girl James, men don't want to date or marry their mother. Women don't want their daddy either. We're individuals. Grow up. Real 83. I know I'm off subject, but most successful men want women with frugality mentalities. Jason C. Facts. We respect your candor. It's refreshing. Blaze Skywalker. Sounds like Kayla is lazy and refused to learn to love. Gotta watch the show, love. J. Joe 4040. Is that Kathy? I want the guy who's perfect for me personally. Is why you're single now. You literally say nothing is majorly wrong with him. I just don't feel a connection. That just means he ain't single. Seggy? Vic the Kid, you. I don't think you women realize how disheartening it is to us men that he can be this amazing guy and it's still not enough. All the while you wasted his time for a year. Janae Nicole, no woman wants to let go of a good man, but sometimes it's not the right fit. We stay longer than we should because we could be gambling with our future. That's true. Girl 83, shout out to Logic for calling out bullshiznit. Black Thoughts, the modern doesn't want a man that has himself together because she shows she has to submit. The modern woman wants to control the man. Pookie time. Dove Will, honestly, what do men and women typically have in common anyway? Having things in common is overrated. Woman, if you want to have things in common with your mate, be a lesbian. Nobody wants to be a lesbian. Show fantastic. If you're worried about connectivity, look in your friend zone. I hear men say they married a woman because they were their friend, but women refuse. Janae Nicole, since the woman has to submit her life and body to her man, isn't it fair to say she should be 100% happy with her decision? But they're not, love. The Uncle Tom, how long does it take you to figure out if he or she is the one? Timetable before you tie the knot. Hold on, Muffin. Little Light, at the real Siobhan is beautiful with a lovely smile. King Rio is right. Just be honest. Thank you. Demetrius Styles, men are naturally territorial. Sorry. And I think it's being confused with catching feelings. No man wants another man sniffing around someone he is sleeping with. Deb Will, any dude catching feelings over Poom Poom is going through a drought. Little Light, Brittany Renner is a prime example of I don't care, but I really do. Jeffrey Woodland, relations, who really wants to be alone? Male or female? A story to tell, Kyle is correct. Most men are getting as much buns as you think they are, especially if we are chasing money and career. We catch feelings, but just also our pride prevents us from disclosing those feelings to anyone. Ozed Wana, for men, it is actually inverted. The feelings can be turned off after the sex. If dude caught feelings, it happened before the sex. Corderell Nelson, great conversation. Much love to you all. God bless. Thank you. Demetrius Styles, before Hink talks, it should be a warning label of keeping it all the way real before he starts. LOL. The Uncle Tom, Hink for the win. As always. Okay, Hink. Definite G. Fake a nut. Modern women are carrying water bottles now. Zoe, KY, SME. That's not a realistic scenario. If it was mind-blowing for me, it was mind-blowing for her. There isn't such a thing as reverse buyer's remorse in this. There is, though. But Perry, unlikely. Sadly, we live in a bust-down world.
All right. That's all the super chats. Definitely appreciate the support. Sage Talk with Lee is next. This show is Should Have Value Men Marry Baby Mamas to Save the Community. It's a community, and that is specified. So make sure you guys tune in for this show. It'll be happening immediately right after this. It'll start at about 4 o'clock. So let's make sure we tune in for that. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. Shout out to Sugar Curls again. Make sure you guys go and show support. She is a sponsor for ATL. If you haven't already, get your tickets for ATL. That link is in the description now. The link that you see that's pinned to the top, that is for the next stream, which is Sage Talk with Lee. And again, he will be talking about should have value men marry baby mamas to save the community. Okay, so I think we got it. I appreciate you guys. Another stream ran a little bit longer than anticipated, but thank you guys for being patient and adding a little spice on this Sunday service. I know we got the morning service, and then we just dragged it over a little bit into the afternoon service. I don't know if I used to go to church, man. I did. And I think like once a week they used to have the
midday service always long, so it's all good.
Yeah. Anyhow, hit the like button if you haven't already, family. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Let's go ahead and support. Get your tickets to ATL again. I've been seeing you guys flooding it, getting all type of tickets. Get your tickets. Pick whatever one you like. Hope to see you guys and meet you guys in person. And until next time, I'm trying to cue my music up, so I'm trying to stall. But I just put some on. I'll put y'all favorite Drake shit on since y'all like it. No, maybe not though. I'll put this on. All right. Till next time, y'all. See y'all later.
Have a good week, y'all.
All right, you too.
Good trip out there, y'all.
All right.
Make sure y'all get y'all tickets. Be out there.
What you say?
I was saying make sure they get their tickets.
Oh yeah, make sure y'all get y'all tickets. I heard Siobhan. Get the tickets, y'all. Sage Talk with Lee is next. Just have value man, baby mamas. Save the community. Click that link pinned to the top of the chat. Shout out to Sugar Curls again. Great stream, y'all. Appreciate the support. We love y'all. Shout out to the greatest network ever, the Lapeef Network. Hit that like button if you haven't already, family. Thank you guys for the support. Thank you. Get y'all tickets to ATL. Link is in the description. The next stream is pinned to the top of the chat. Sage Talk with Lee is right up next. Again, thank you guys for the support. Get y'all tickets to ATL August the 5th, August the 6th. Let's go. Make sure y'all feel the Tej. Shout out to the sponsor, Tej Hamlin. Come on, man, let's get our skincare in order. Let's go. Shout out to the greatest network ever, the Lapeef Network. Are you guys ready for the Lapeef experience in ATL? Get your tickets. It's gonna be epic, y'all. Mark my word. Get y'all tickets right now. Get them smartphones out. Click that scan me. Get your tickets. That link is in the description if you're on your phone already. The next stream is Sage Talk with Lee. Again, thank you guys for your constant support, because without you guys, we will not be where we are today. So thank you. Salute to the greatest chat ever. Green Gang, I see you. It's the last track.